Okay, so like I was leaning towards not streaming today, but I kind of got the itch. I kind of got the itch. I want to test out some stuff, some XP strats, and whatnot. The plan for the next run, I'm like 90% sure is Beastmaster Ranger. The other 10% is like, 9% of it is maybe a new wizard. Um, and then 1% is leaving room for shit I haven't thought about. Um, I need to test. Yeah, this save will work. How we doing, Priz? Mr. David Bowling, Mario. 100% run, like use every weapon. I know you're thinking it from like an Elden Ring perspective. I don't know if that works in this game. Do we get that first run recreation? I would have to like use a party for that. Yeah, this was me doing Shadowblade Battlemaster stuff. Don't look. Don't look. It's gross. I'm playing Battlemaster.
Dost thou require?
It's gonna get worse. Hey Trade, how are you? What is this? I want to test out a couple of things. The first thing I want to test is seeing if you actually need a hireling for the Oathbreaker Knight XP. Hey Jambridge, how are you? Probably not for right now. I know, I'm Oath of Vengeance. I need to be a different... No, I need to respec already. I need to be an oath that breaks easily. Because I need to break my oath, reclaim my oath, and then kill the Oathbreaker Knight without breaking my oath. TGIF. Yeah, it's nice to be in the weekend. Maybe that's enough levels for this. So he's not here normally. I need to go kill someone.
murdered someone in view of a gun.
No, I didn't. That's not true. Not true. I didn't do that. You have to be right next to the vendor. And a steel watcher's walking in. Hey Gar, how are you? What XP Science doing today? I'm looking into, currently, right now, I'm sciencing to see if you can kill the Oathbreaker Knight for his XP without using a second person to manipulate oaths. Some people are more purist about allowing hirelings or not in their runs, and I want to see if like a purely solo character can take one paladin level and achieve this. It's one of a few strats I want to test out today. So I need money. Okay, sure, that's my money. Talk to this guy.
To me. Tell me. Why did you... Your oath is broken. Should you wish to do so, speak with me without light to guide me. You are between what? Your oath-sworn powers. What do you wish to pay? Tell me.
Okay. So... we should test one thing first. Should see if throwing him in the pit is an Oath of Devotion Oathbreak.
Shadows don't suit me. I feel...
Okay, it is.
I feel...
So we reload. Now, that's what I expected. I need to go to Oath of Vengeance and try throwing him there, because Oath of Vengeance doesn't Oathbreak by murdering people. So we're gonna try that. If you can successfully throw the Oathbreaker Knight in the drink as an Oath of Vengeance paladin without breaking your oath, that means you can respec, drop all paladin levels, and then just no negative repercussions as long as neither you nor anyone in your party ever intends on being a paladin.
Dost thou require an...
Yeah, you could just be Oath of Vengeance and toss him that way. So yeah, you don't need a hireling. You just need to break your oath one time to get him to show up, which was already part of the plan. Reclaim your oath, and then switch then. I don't know if he fully disappears if you drop all paladin levels. Which I guess is the next thing we should test. Load this save. A switch to not be a paladin at all. There is some set of circumstances where he disappears from your camp temporarily. I don't quite know what it is. It might be going to certain maps. Might be region travel as a whole. It might be not having... It might be operating in a state where no one in the active party has paladin levels when you load the camp. Still didn't break any of the oaths? Yeah, it broke Devotion. We tested that. I assume it also breaks Ancients, but it does not break Vengeance. We just confirmed that. So if you're gonna kill him, and you are a Paladin, do it in Vengeance Oath.
Hiya.
Dost thou require...
Fine for now. Taking Vengeance on Vengeance lore confirmed. Okay, he's still here. I'm not a Paladin at all. So yeah, you want to either be Oath of Vengeance or no longer a Paladin if you're doing this. Okay. 640 XP. Oathbreaker Knight. Easy. Easy peasy. Easy stuff. What's other XP stuff I want to science? I want to try knocking out as many of the tieflings in the grove as possible for their XP. Some NPCs you can get XP from multiple times if they appear in multiple acts. But like you can get Zevlor's XP twice, for example. I think you can get Alfira's XP twice as well. I don't think that applies to Dammon, but if it did, he's only 1 XP anyway. Dammon, Vex, Dennis, they're all 1 XP. Let me... pull up trades a resource. Helpful stuff. Okay, let's see. Act 1. Oh yeah, there's Nautiloid XP min-maxing. We can mess around with that as well. Non-lethal XP bug from early on. Yeah, that's been fixed for a while. If that was still in, then level 12 in Act 2 would be possible. Currently, without that, level 11 is possible and somewhat comfortable. This science is mostly making level 11 in less optimal routes more comfortable. Like, currently, the most comfortable level 11 requires you to do some calculated murder hoboing. It requires denying yourself to Act 3 Gale. It requires saving Dame Aelin. It requires doing a sort of exploit involving Raphael. You can afford to skip one of those major things, XP-wise, with the XP that we currently have accounted for, but not more than one. There's enough buffer to skip one. So Raphael's 1400, Elminster's 1000, Aelin is 1000-ish. But that was before including things like the Oathbreaker Knight, which is 640. We found some extra Flaming Fists the first time you arrive in Last Light Inn, provided Floric is alive. They disappear from the game very quickly, so you gotta deal with those. I do think we can squeeze more out of the Grove and the Goblin Camp in Act 1, so that's sort of an area that I'm focusing on. Yeah, there's a few things. Thought Batman was vengeance. Okay, getting the dowry quest. That's it's 25 XP that I often miss out on. Because I never passed that check. Oh yeah, another thing for XP optimization that wasn't really actively done for most of the level 11 sciencing is leaving as many exploration spots as possible for level 10, because at level 2, exploration is like 5 or 10 XP. But at level 10, that same spot will be 260 XP. So saving as many of those as possible is pretty big. Okay, so there's the beach landing. I don't think you'd avoid that. You can't avoid Goblin Checkpoint. Well, you probably could avoid Goblin Checkpoint, actually. I guess it's technically possible. Not a really stupid 5 XP. Ooh, what is it? I guess it's possible to avoid that checkpoint. But you want the XP from that group of enemies. So you can get that XP, because they don't disappear or anything. So in a route where you don't raid the Grove, those goblins never disappear. So if you just didn't go through that part, you know, where the wargs and the rolling rock are, you could save that for high level. You just have to go very indirect to the goblin camp every time. I don't think that's too much of a big ask, though. The guaranteed fire resistance elixir chest is some easy exploration XP to save. I guess you could avoid going to the swamp until a higher level. Though that means Kaga evidence. You won't be able to do that, so you probably save that till level 5 then, if you're min-maxing that. Interact the door, it goes to Wither's Dungeon without unlocking from the shop room, you just get 5 XP. Yeah, I've had that happen. Yeah. You have to mess up and then do it. Yeah. I don't know if you're able to get that 5 XP if you've already been in that room either. So I think you need to go through, deal with the archer in the hallway, then click on the door, and then you can go through the other stuff as normal. So that does require you having a favorable outcome with Andorn, and maybe not dropping the weight, though that would lead it to be XP negative. I guess you would fight them up front, which I suppose you could do fairly easily if you're level 3, if you're a class that gets Cloud of Daggers or Spike Growth. You could deal with them that way. You know, any reliable AoE would do the trick there. Let's see, more exploration XP. The chapel? No, there's no way to realistically save that unless we start using different Underdark entrances. I don't think that's worth. Leaving the Withers dungeon for very late might be a play. On non-Dark Urge. Because only Dark Urge has to do that early to get the inspo for actually meeting Withers there. Other origins could just not go in there. Potential Gith Squad double dip seems ludicrous. I think I was half awake when you were thinking about that trade. You were toying around with the idea of putting a Spike Growth down, so after you talk them down, they run through it. Arcane Tower entrance, another exploration spot you could save. Right, that's true. That's true. That's a good one to save. The Myconid Colony room where Morning Frost is, that one's an easy one to save. I did save that one for level 10. Huh, the Cracked Wall in Moonrise. I never click that. You have that logged as 15 XP here. That might be a fixed 15 XP, but that's still an amount. I always forget to actually do that. And then, yeah, using the mushroom circle and finding Ethel's Underdark entrance. That's an easy one to save as well. Harpy Nest. That's an easy one to save. Zent Elevator is an easy one to save. Okay, so the reasonable ones. Possible to reliably kill all the mobs in the house and portal defense part. Possible and easy, but also you don't need to. You're just awarded the XP on the encounter finishing anyway. As long as you let everything spawn and succeed. But yeah, you can kill them easily. Just bring AoE. Efficient action economy as well. Okay, so the exploration XP I was saving already was the fire resistance elixir chest, the 2 Underdark entrances, Morning Frost room. We can reasonably add the arcane tower if I'm careful. I think any other exploration XP than that is a little ridiculous. A little ridiculous. All of the phase spiderlings are XP, so technically drawing out the matriarch fight is more XP positive, but they're only 3 each. It's kind of like doing the reanimated corpses with Gek as well. 3 XP for each ad you let spawn. Compounding the risk of the fight overall, though, may be worth considering, because collectively that adds up. If you were to maximize both of those encounters, it becomes a relevant amount. The goal of all this is to increase the buffer we have for level 11 on runs, because build crafting, a bunch of cool stuff opens up at 11. So having a 11 for Act 2 finale lets you some cool things, like use Hunter's most important features, for example. Fighter's improved extra attack, for example. XP Science, hey Mucky, how are you? If you're just getting here, we confirmed that you can get the Oathbreaker Knight XP without using a second person. You just need to have 1 level in Ancients or Devotion Paladin, break your oath, restore your oath for the 1,000 gold, and then you, respec to anything except Ancients or Devotion Paladin. You don't even need to be a Paladin anymore. You just toss the Oathbreaker Knight in the water. You can do this at the Last Light campsite. That'd be the best place for it. I just happen to be on Act 3 right now. We're going around the side mushrooms for Arcane Tower to get the 80 XP from the entrance. Yeah, that's the idea. You would just not walk up the front steps to the Arcane Tower until level 10, if you were trying to get the most XP from that. Harbor Ambush needs science. That's true. Let's see if I have a save for that. Could use this. Even after I walked up the front steps, couldn't get the XP though. Pretty weird. I know the trigger for that XP is like halfway between the door and the turret. If you're going from the tower, halfway between the door and the turret. I load up the game again and confirm. Cool. Where are some of the biggest swings in XP? Like if you do X instead of Y, you miss out on tons of it. If you kill Daemalin instead of freeing Daemalin, there is a fight in the Prison of Moonrise Towers that doesn't happen. And that fight is worth like 1,000 XP. If you do not do the Act 1 Raphael knockout, that's 1,400 XP gone. If you do not kill the simulacrum of himself that Elminster sends to talk to Gale, then that's 1,000 XP you don't get. Now, killing that one has consequences, because that means you don't have Gale in Act 3. And it can also be awkward, because if you're trying to kill him in the Mountain Pass, you need barrels. The easiest place to kill him, that I've tried so far, I should say, is in front of Moonrise Towers, but I've messed up the triggers for that. On the previous run, I messed that up, and I had him show up at camp. I think what I did wrong was I needed to rest in Act 1, and then go back to Act 2. I haven't tried getting him in the Grimforge location, because there's water there that might work as death water for him to throw there. Jail is 1,400 plus, including the fist. Yeah, 1,400, not 1,000. So, equivalent to not doing Raphael. Which is a big deal. Voss and Oathbreaker Knight make up Elminster. Voss is pretty easy peasy. You just need enough initiative to go first, and then you just invis and break combat, and you can engage with a surprise round. We got Elminster here. In this spot, you only realistically kill him with barrels. In the Moonrise spot, you can get him in the Death Water. I guess trying the Grimforge spot also makes sense. We'll go back and use this save again for that, I think. Or some big swings. Yeah, with the amount of buffer, like I said before, you can afford to miss pretty much one of those big things. Those 4-figure XP dumps, you can afford to miss one. Any more than that, it starts getting really tight.
Grab it. Invisible me. Easy does it.
Hit me.
So
Luxury and Arcane Tower in front of the turrets didn't give you XP. I know for a fact I've gotten that XP, so I don't know what could be tripping you up there. Okay, so what I have on here doesn't truly matter. We're gonna test a few things out. Do I have these? I do. So I'm gonna try not going to Karnus right now. I'm gonna try going to the Harper ambush spot first and seeing what happens.
this thing put up a fight.
I should have been a light
But
cleric,
who'd kill an ox out here unless...
so I could actually win that fight. But we'll see. Also, getting that hyena XP is probably optimal, but we'll deal with that first. I want to science out the Harper thing first. Hey, Potato Royals, how you doing?
struggle here.
something I did think
These
about
people didn't want to go
for
wherever they
making
were
that
taken.
fight to save the Harpers more consistent if you're not light cleric, open hand monk, or have access to Blood of Lathander, is you could potentially try to get the Shadow Cloak ring from the Shadow Mastiff Alpha, because it is a pretty significant damage increase. See, they're here. And it worked.
Stop! Who's there? In you.
So we'll do this. I don't know if I can even actually reliably save them at level 5 as a pure class druid. I don't think I can. I don't even know what I have in the bag on this save. Flipping Jonas is probably the play. I guess that's not happening. There. I don't care if Jonas gets that. Could just call lightning spam. Nice 4 damage. We're to stand next to Kara with a light because he has no self-preservation. Hey Doge, how are you? Roll the Spirit Guardians. Needing the 30 XP on the roof blocks you out of the 80 in the entrance. Just guessing at this point, stuff seems unlikely. That seems unlikely, but currently all theories are good theories. Oh, sorry. How are you?
Make every strike count.
Yeah, Jonas won't actually take advantage of the haste force. Megan actually took a pretty good turn. That haste spores gave her enough movement that she didn't put herself anywhere awful. And it does give them more AC. Maybe committing a haste spore grenade to save the Harpers here, if you don't have Lathander, is a good play. Yeah, that gave Kara enough movement to not end his turn somewhere awful.
The shot. Finish them off.
Pretty good mileage. Do I have a bloodlust? Lightning resists pain. Yeah, I'm just doing because it's guaranteed damage. I don't have a good source of radiant right now, so. Do I have holy water? Not really. You tell this is an old save because I didn't understand the value of holy water. See, that's a pretty good way of handling that. Daylight a good play here? Daylight is a good play here. It's very class restricted though, which is why Lathander, again, gets a big W. Because Lathander has a Daylight aura, it's got that once per long rest Sunbeam, it's a +3 weapon, so it gets around the non-magical resist, and it's more accurate to actually hit them. Blood of Lathander is cleanly the best way of handling this entire thing. But you can also Light Cleric. Or you Holy Water spam. And to get if you want Office Gift too. Yeah, doing Office Gift before having Shadow Curse Lands access is pretty monka, because you don't have Ring of Free Action. Deal with Old Person. Go run ride Tavern Brawler. It's not. Like alert. Screw up that encounter, you can have Therazin be perma-hostile to you, and you can aggro Wargaz as well, which denies you Jira, and all sorts. It can spiral really bad, yeah. Doing well on this fine Friday. It's hot as fuck, but other than that, yeah, I'm good.
Well, keep your torch high.
I had a strength potion on before. Guess we'll go back to that. Arrow, you gonna die from the Shadow Curse? Okay, so now I want to try going back over to ambush site.
Little cursed for my taste.
Let's see if we can still trigger that this way. So next run gonna be probably Beastmaster Ranger. That's what I'm leaning towards. Ah, you can do it in that order. Okay.
Your church every day, my queen. Your followers are legion.
My theory about entering the trigger. What do you think is timing?
Yeah, we're boss.
With your truce, you bless them too, my queen. Where is their land?
Need to wait until they stop walking. You think?
This is not Her Majesty's will.
No Riz. Already have advantage from being a draw. I'm just switching guidance. Romance Minty is shard. Can I say I've sharded on my mint? I suppose you could.
Hello.
You know, this lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day. Did me a good turn there. You protect your way.
Pixie. Neat. Met one before.
I want to try one thing before we go test your theory there, Trade. You'll verify yourself later? Okay. That's fine then. What I want to try now is, non-dirge, Strange Ox, early Strange Ox.
Prime spot for an ambush.
I'm thinking making a chest barricade, putting Cloud of Daggers in there.
This place is protected. Must be the refuge the Harpers spoke of.
No shadows.
You capture here. You.
You should.
Yep.
What in the hell's. Tell me. Settle. Damon might be knocking around here, right?
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way. Yeah.
I have an autosave. I want to go to camp, check if I have chests in storage. I have some. Arlap would make a good paladin. What makes you say that? Like, narratively? Or just in general? Narratively, Shane will. Yeah. Decent way to get a surprise round. Where's this slashing, yeah? Thing is, one time I had Shovel attack the Strange Ox, and all of Last Light went hostile to me. So, that's something I'm wary of.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Need more actual chests. Rain Blast from the back right corner. Yeah, this is an old save. From before I started keybinding my shovel. So I'm also trying to do this in a way where Floric is still in Last Light. That's pretty important. Because the idea is doing this to get the everyone to be green instead of yellow.
All right.
Grab a survival chest. Yeah, I just grabbed one. Yeah, there is the one you mentioned. I'm just wary of going too far from Floric currently. In my crime form. Oh, awareness. Do.
Time for a soft touch.
The surprise. The attempt. I don't want damage jumping. So that's why we're going to these pains. Okay. Good. Script. Okay. Barricading Damon like that makes him try to attack the chest rather than doing anything. Which is good. And Harper Skywin, if she's positioned well, will help get damage in. That's scary. Can still do that. Okay, and Pseudopod through the wall. That's good info. I'm glad we're testing this. So, look how much damage Strange Ox does. That could cleanly one-shot me. That was not a crit. It wasn't a particularly high roll either. Very middling roll. That can crit. He could do 2 of those at me. So I want to be out of line of sight, but he might do that at Damon. I'm not here. So...
Ooh, fun.
And head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up.
I don't.
I do.
Well, that's why we're still standing around.
Death Ward him. So, with what? Death Ward is a 4th level spell. So available at level 7. And this class doesn't get it. Slayer went? Yeah, Podslayer it did.
Knees high.
Didn't quite get back in range.
They won't spot me now.
In Ball's name, crap. It was a very fun run. We're doing some XP and routing science. terrifying, man. This thing has so much range. Using Skywind as a meat shield. Okay. Damon still ran in there and got killed. He still takes damage on a miss.
What next?
I'm gonna grab another chest. So there's some chests inside Last Light I could grab, but I'm avoiding going in there right now because I don't know precisely the trigger for scaring Floric off. In fact, the coffins you dig up. I don't know what you mean by coffins.
What's this?
Oil barrel with alchemist fire could be useful. I would rather not do that. But yeah. Potentially. It is already in the area, so I don't really consider that an abusive use of barrels. Huh? What do you mean? It's invisible. Okay. Sure. Draw a strange rock somewhere with minor illusion, kick its guts in. Feel free to explain how I would minor illusion just the Oct and no one else. Also, kicking its guts in isn't simple when it can do like 20 plus damage to you on a miss. So it being confined is kind of important. Everyone else first, obviously. Okay, so real suggestions only.
This place gives me the creeps.
Hey guest, how you doing?
Ain't my neck of the woods. I bet they're close.
I've got this.
So we know barrel means you guess to explore options, paralyze it first. You can't paralyze the strange ox. Not good. Sick today. Head's pounding. Oh, I hope it gets better soon. So it has blind sight, so you can't blind it. Has extra attack, does have opportunity attack. Additional acid damage on attacks that can also inflict paralysis. And that works even if it misses. It has a ranged attack. Got +2 on wisdom, +2 on charisma. It's got +2 on everything. +3 for int. Lethargic turn. I don't really want to give it more attacks or movement. It can be stunned. It can be stunned, yeah. Gift of Balance. I don't know if that works, because I'm fairly certain paralytic effects don't work on it. Currently a beast. I guess an arrow of beast slaying as an opener would be okay damage. See if Tally's selling any.
Yeah,
Time for a
there's more
natter.
where that came from.
I say, how you doing? Good to see you.
You Graven Guard's still alive.
Wish we had stone. You better.
Stock up while you can. I only hope I've brought enough to see us through.
Of course you're not, Tally. There's a blight scroll though.
Take.
That's our opener.
What a charmer.
I feel like a roofer in a tea shop.
And that's take spark magic missile. That's I'd like to get a fire surface going. I can chromatic orb fire, I guess. Oh yeah, I set that up back there. Oh. Killed the ox. That's my bad. Hey, Alchemist Fire did it, I didn't.
Watch this.
Damn, lost attitude, yeah. Thanks to that hint with the enlarged club, I ended up getting it. Ended up using a lot of steams. Ooh, I'm glad it worked out for it. I'm glad it worked out. Damn.
He better be.
An invisible chest.
Jimmy on the go.
I don't. I do.
And Gandhi and me next. When? That's the worst place for you to be. I need you to do damage. Hey, the ox can attack through the wall. That's cool. Oh no, you're out of the cloud of daggers.
Blood, this is heavy.
Hmm.
Alright.
You only have 5 HP left.
Well, I'll stay on my toes around cows from now on.
Okay, that's still a shit ton of prep, like, and a lot of resources consumed. I don't love that, but
And you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
I know that Damon is suicidal and Skywyn is now stuck up there. Put Damon on the roof before combat. You think he jumped down? Yeah, I think he would. And we know enemies don't, or we know NPCs don't have a sense of self-preservation when it comes to fall damage with jumping, so I don't want him to do that. Even jump when carrying someone? No. If I wanted to move Damon up there, I would have to throw him or dimension door him.
Premium trinkets and doodah.
Trap him in the attic. There's a hole he can jump down through. The reason we did this is so that everyone except Floric, for some reason, is green instead of yellow. There are some fists that are here with Floric that leave when she does. This one,
But we do know
that
that
one.
anyone who goes charging into those shadows is dead.
So the plan is to do nothing? Let the Duke rot in prison while foreigners get burned?
Far from it. We need a way into the towers. Any more of our people into the curse.
Any
The
help from
whole
Jane?
person was a
She
malicious
wants
action.
the same thing we do. To save the city.
But she doesn't care if the Grand Duke lives or dies. I wouldn't go that far with my life. I don't time.
Not this
I
one.
suspect she'd sacrifice anyone to achieve that.
I could go the other way, but...
Excuse.
You'd use waypoints when carrying people, so you can evacuate everyone to Moonrise and then back. The problem is, does their AI have them try to walk back to Last Light from Moonrise? Too early for old monster scrolls. Those are at level 9. Either level 7, 8, or 9. So, yes, I'm level 5. Bane Death Boots on Damon. Bane Death... The thing about those Bane Death Boots is I'm pretty sure if I get in that region, then Floric leaves. So, order of events. I don't want to do it that way. Finished off Slayer yesterday? We did. I could potentially Feign Death Scroll on Damon. That's a 3rd level scroll. Meaning it is in the pool. That's an option. Yeah. Play the brain power word kill. We slayed it. I even turned into a squid. Fun thing about Mind Flayer's permanent Mind Sanctuary. You get your extra attack on every action from it. So with Slayer's improved extra attack, you can attack 3 times off of each of your bonus actions. And off of each of your non-haste, non-bloodlust actions. Also, Permanent Mind Sanctuary lets you use things that are not attacks off of your extra attack. So like I shot a darkness arrow, which triggered my extra attack, and then I drank a potion with that extra attack. I didn't throw it, I drank it. Be Mind Flayer and Slayer? Yeah, the Slayer stat block overrides the Mind Flayer stat block, so it's like you aren't a squid at all. You still keep your racial bonuses from whatever you were before you transformed into a Mind Flayer. You still have the Slayer stats. I can't speak. But then you also have the permanent Mind Sanctuary. So it's strictly beneficial for the Slayer to become a Mind Flayer. Hey, Sora, thank you for taking care of Say. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Congratulations on that. On the Slayer run, thank you. It was very fun. I think it is doable as a solo. The main thing I was being provided by the duo partner was occasionally crowd control effects, but and warding bond, but for the most part it was hitting dialogues without me having to go in roundabout ways to reset my cooldown on the Slayer, and getting that resistance to primarily physical damage, which I could do through other means. Like it would just require a lot of concentrating on stone skin. It would require a lot of using elixirs of universal resistance. So doable, tedious, but doable. Yeah, I think it's totally doable as a pure solo. You can Eldritch Blast twice a turn without Quicken Spell or Bloodlust as an Illithid. Yeah, and you can have the crazy Mind Flayer stat block for that. Yeah, I don't need to further test this. We know that the dunking here works, but... So these 3 fists, the one I killed already, Manip Vidor, and then Fist Cyril, and Fist Thadwick. These 3 NPCs are only in Last Light, while Floric is in Last Light. And Floric is only in Last Light the first time you visit it. If you get far enough, she leaves. So you need to kill those 3 NPCs immediately if you want their XP. I don't necessarily need to do the Strange Ox for that. However, you don't need to make checks to throw or push green border things. So like on Floric, I'd have to make checks. But on these guys, I don't. Keep forgetting to talk to her and pull chair from Raphael. Well, this can be pretty nuts despite Levitate being shit and base martial stats. Yeah, you can get around Levitate being shit by just drinking flight potions as if it wasn't Act 3. You can get around the martial stats being shit if you just commit elixir and gear slots. Like, there's nothing stopping you from going Dex Gloves, Cloud Giant Elixir, or a melee, Titan string sort of setup. Full chair from Raphael.
If you'll excuse me, I must see to urgent matters. But don't you fret. I shall
Premium
always find
trinkets
time
and
for my
doodads.
most treasured acquaintance.
Works too. You lose attitude and everyone gets mad, but you can do that in like a non-hostile way. Gain you anything? No, it's just funny.
Last light's
Other
best
XP.
bargains
So we
right
did some
here.
brief initial entering Act 2 XP Science. From here, we would go to Moonrise, and we would, oh, actually, Elminster Science now.
I know you're keen, Ellen. Be patient. Keep wary.
So now I'd go back to Act 1. I want to rest here, then go back. Having Will here complicates things. I'll need to do multiple trips. Oh, we did find out that any ability drain stacks you make stick to Raphael will persist for the entire game. When we fought Raphael on the Slayer, he had 1 strength, 1 dexterity, 1 charisma, and the dexterity lowered his initiative, amusingly. I didn't have a way to ability drain his intelligence at the time, but I could have ability drained that down too. Basically, you can get him to have 1 in every stat except for Constitution with ability drain. Only until you throw him. Throw resets ability drain. That's so weird. Why? But draining his dexterity, even if you plan on throwing him, is still the play, because that lowers his initiative. So if you get Yurgir on your side, and you lower his dexterity, then you don't need initiative for the fight anymore. And that means you could have Hope acting at the front of the turn order, if you gave her an Elixir of Vigilance. And if you have Hope in the front of the turn order, you could have her, banish at least 2 people on the first turn, at least 2 champions. 219 turn Cazador fight, had to drain him down 3 times during that. That's crazy.
God damn it, Zariel. I need to cut that.
Sure. Let me just equip that, so I don't really need to worry about my strength for a while. Whose backpack is this? That's Halsin's backpack. Okay. Guess I'll talk to Scratch.
Karlak incoming.
The dog wags his tail.
Golden dice,
a
they're now
small
mine.
bag
Congrats.
clenched between his teeth.
Nice one, Carla.
He gives in and surrenders his.
Okay, so now I go back to Last Light. Floric and her group should be gone. We already killed one of them, proof of concept. I would have killed all 3, but it's fine. So, recapping for XP that is not in the route we used for level 11 the first couple of times. 640 from Oathbreaker Knight, 270 from the bonus fists with Floric. 110 from the tadpole in the barrel at Moonrise. That's a very significant chunk, and there's more that I have ideas on. Third side mission where we take Scratch to be destroyed. I
Trinkets and doodahs.
can't say that I agree with that.
Nice.
Wag weird. My response to that.
I don't.
You look like you want to say the magic words, like they're right on the tip of your...
Our dirge.
Too dark to tell.
Reminder that not even Minthara is evil enough to, like,
Heading out without
want any
Isabel's
harm
blessing.
to befall Scratch. If Scratch should die in your game, Minthara has voice lines where she's upset that Scratch is gone. She even says something to the effect of, "Everyone thinks I killed the dog. I liked the dog." Scratch is off limits, right. Reason to speak to the pixie again? Shadow Curse protection. If you leave the region, you need to reapply the buff.
Let's turn down the fire.
I think Larry should add return Scratch to post office achievement, let people have real moral.
Marching.
It's an achievement I would never get. Or Minthara's joke, Circus Clowny push up there. Yeah, we actually got that one on stream yesterday.
A toll house.
Great.
Stealth mode activated. I'm too tall for this.
You tell her, "Hey, Minthara, tell the one about the Drider getting married." She says, "It's a beautiful webbing." She says like 4 or 5 different funny things in the circus. The first one is, as soon as she sees the clown, he's like, "Give the order, and I can kill the clown. We'll be hailed as heroes." And then she says something about her favorite joke involves you bleeding to death.
We're close. I can feel
But
it.
here he is.
The absolute. Its power is strong here.
Need a crate. There's a crate in there. I need a crate. These work. Those work. Starting to scratch and stream and talking to him. No, that's a great way to get everyone to hate you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Although, I never thought I could kill Karlach, and I got desensitized to that. Somewhat. So, I don't know, we'll see. Let me make a save here. Or early telekinesis, that's another one that I'm like, I don't know if I can do that. So I guess another perk of doing Ox early is that's the earliest source of arcane acuity. I didn't loot it, but had a fire acuity. is now something that we have. And there's even an invis pot in Last Light that we could use for this strat.
Steady. Rat feet.
Silence him, throw him off the bridge. Silence is a hostile action. But I am going to throw him. Mizora,
They're locked
go
up in
away.
the cult. So this may be your best chance to.
Interesting.
Not right now.
Why should
Kind of in the
I
middle
go
of
letting
something.
my fa-
Who there?
God damn it, Mizora. This is why we saved. This is why we saved. Okay, how do we get the Mizora dialogue? Wait, where is this? That's we got an autosave, right? Okay, let's go back to the manual save. Zorga trigger below the bridge, not sure about Elminster. Yeah. Wild shape, I need to keep shrieking. Can't speak. There are other ways of silencing myself. If I region travel while silenced, it sticks until I silence again. Until I get silenced again. Oh no, say. Trigger the dialogue from under the bridge. We'll test that.
Not used to lying low. Long and low.
They're locked up in the cult's fort. So this may be your best.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet? No.
Like a vandal.
Yeah, that triggered Mizora, but not Elminster.
What's that?
Okay. So we just go under the bridge, and that's fine. Cool. Cool. Gotta head out now, glug the science. Thanks, Monkey. Thanks for stopping by. Intentional QOL thing, actually make a typo, users still not get to know if you're blocking them. Yeah, like, if a system informed someone that they were blocked, it would kind of defeat the purpose. You know, passively informed. Directly informing when someone, say, tries to send a direct message or something, of course. Right. Elminster.
Invisible me. Shadow lag.
I don't think I actually need to be invisible here. I maybe should have triggered the dialogue with the cards first. Science.
You'll find Z'rell.
It's not. As long as I'm not in his direct sightline. Guess it's fine. There we go. So, for consistent Elminster XP, you enter the Shadow Curse lands, leave the Shadow Curse lands after you've dealt with Karnus and Floric and all that, rest, come back, trigger the Mizora dialogue under the bridge if Will's recruited, go back up top, move him forward with Valor Aloof Shriek, stack up crates, throw him in the drink. 1000 XP. Your turn to Act 3? No, he's gone. That also isn't actually Elminster. It's a simulacrum he sent. But he won't appear for the rest of the story. The other consequence of this is that Gale never gets his orb stabilized, so Gale will automatically leave when you enter Act 3. I made it to 10 before Merkel. I don't know if you can make it to 11 before. I feel like it may just be too much. You can. I've done it on stream. Trade Secret 34 there in the chat. Did it before me. It's the first person I know of who did it. Yeah. We're doing XP sciencing to kind of increase the buffer, so you don't have to do as many specific things to hit 11. My Paladin playthrough, I hit level 11 before Merkel. It's on my VOD's channel. You're curious. Currently, with the amount of XP available, you hit 11 in the Mind Flayer colony. We're seeing if we can kind of expand the buffer a bit. Micro, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate it. What's new solo run going to be about? I'm planning on Beastmaster. More legendary figure in terms of lore. Elminster, the canon main character between 1 and 2. Elminster.
Me?
Thorn guards off in the same way I aggro the others. So you don't trigger aggro responses or anything if the person lands somewhere where they can't talk to you. Throwing is weird logically. You don't want to throw these two guards this way, though, because these two have tadpoles. These two are tadpoled. So throwing them in a place where you can't access the body is denying you a tadpole permanently. I'm just kind of looking to see if there's any spots I can access where I can throw these. No. So we just continue to fight these guys normally. Actually hang out on streams again more. Hey, your time is precious. I understand. Okay. Other XP I want to science. Knocking out as many of the Grove Tieflings as possible, like everybody at some point. There's some that I could just kill instead of knocking out, like Tilsis I can just kill, and that'll make the Zevlor knockout easier. Kill her, knock out Zevlor. I'm unsure how the game handles things if you have like knocked out everybody, if it considers you having killed everybody or not. Yeah, that's something I'm uncertain about. That's time-intensive thing to test. Also want to try disarming Ketheric. See if it works. This is gonna be very fiddly to actually make happen.
Ermin, is that you?
Halsin's pretty weird if you knock him out, ends up
Thou
fine.
hast now
Yeah.
a bosom. Dost thou require?
Kind of like find familiar here. Yeah, fuck it. Massive pain in the ass. He doesn't go hostile and heals inside turn-based. And you need to make sure you don't have the conversation about... the in-depth conversation about Moonrise before knocking him out. Because if you do, then the game thinks he's dead. But if you don't, then he has to show up at the camp to give you that information, so the game thinks he's alive. Except it doesn't actually think he's alive, because you'll still get a dialogue option with Art to be like, Halsin's dead, but you can bring Halsin to Art anyway. On some setups, I just don't bother. I don't think that's something I'm ever going to bother with, because it's, like, if something goes slightly wrong, that's minus 1,000 XP. And also minus Thaniel buff in the endgame. That's annoying. Beastmaster gets... Ranger just gets silence in their spell list. Actually fucking awesome. I jerk off Ranger incessantly, and I somehow miss things like that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Beastmaster run. But we're testing a thing here. Ranger's Companion. Fair Companion. Ursa Major. Benefits from Hunter's Mark, kind of. That's cool. Thing can opportunity attack. That's nice. 2 int. Yikes. Colossus Slayer, Tenacity makes Quick Raphael non-lethal. Ooh, right. This game would have incredible replay potential. Just finished my first honor mode. Already thinking about what to do next, even though I've been trying to complete everything I think I've ever run. Still a desire to keep doing it over and over with different builds. I'm absolutely in the same boat. Hell, I've completed 13 honor mode runs on stream. 13. 12 of them solos, 1 of them a duo. And I'm still got ideas. Colossus Slayer might be weird with Damned Riders, actually not that cursed. Play out a blast, I love this game. Yeah, I cleared 2,000 hours this week. And, very much enjoying myself. So this is the thing I want to mess around with the most. Honeyed Paws. As far as I'm aware, there is no save on this disarm. The attack roll just has to hit. There might be a save on the prone. I'm not sure.
Well, well, well.
Guarantee the hit with port and die. Probably, yeah. Yeah. I can also just... I don't have any...
What's the story?
Strength pot?
Moving it.
We'll buy from inside.
Here goes.
I was thinking I just strength pot, invis, attack from hiding. That'll be significantly more accurate and with advantage.
There can be no doubt. This is the place. This is where we'll discover the secret of the absolute.
Want to see through the main doors. We are each of us friends.
Ah, a new face come to bask in the
Do you have any
light of the
strength pots?
absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
I do want that at least. Give me that too.
And
I don't need to preserve money here. Top Garage. Also bless. Yeah, use Whispering Promise to bless the bear or Staff of Arcane Blessing.
Should you be interested, I have a particular offer I'd like to make. Come back.
Oh yeah, we got the bug where we got the wrong music in Moonrise again. We're getting the act finale music. Wonder if that's from coming from a save in Act 3. No, because I don't know what causes that. Times you think you'd beat this game now with all these runs you've done? Probably getting close to 30.
If you're all right by Jaheira, you're all right by me.
Because on stream, been at least 15, just for stream. And I've done a few playthroughs off stream, so we're somewhere in the 20s.
Take care.
Addis have one by any chance? One more security later, I suppose you get War God's Blessing, 4 levels. Thing is, I'm probably going to want to stay pure Beastmaster as much as possible for subclass features.
Welcome to our humble... Wait, are you Karlach? A lot of us were in Avernus. We saw you fighting. You were so
Like,
good.
at level 7, the
I saw you lay
companion
a war demon in 2 hits.
gets dash, disengage,
Bam,
and help.
bam. We were all like, whoa!
At level 8, they get more HP. At 11, companions get extra attack. And more features. Yeah, like, the bear companion goes from 39 HP to 69. Nice. At level 8. I guess there's that window of 8 to 10 where, yeah, I can multi-class. But at 11, yeah, the bear can summon another bear, and it gets extra attack, and 4 more strength, and 3 more AC, and 30 more HP. Yeah, Beastmaster might be like Hunter, where if you're gonna do it, you gotta commit. Bear Witness.
But how'd you learn to fight? Oh, man. I know. In that case... Thank... Last light! In the market for something special?
Well, I wanted a strength pot. Back to the mic and telling you, I guess. That's the character name, by the way. Well, what happens when I use the other companions? I might use the Raven for a little bit. Because the Raven's got some really cool stuff. Like, it can blind things for advantage. Obviously it's piercing damage, so eventual ballast armor stuff if I'm, you know, being boring and doing that. It can curse enemies, which is another way of getting advantage against them. And at level 11, yeah, the Raven can summon 2 more Ravens that you don't control. It gets Blind Sight, and it gets a flight that makes a darkness cloud wherever it lands. Let's look at all these, actually. It's the wrong tab, game. Or Chrome. Accidentally closed all my tabs. What does a wolf spider get? Poison, get in web, meh. Coon, meh. Fly infest. Okay, the wolf spider isn't great. There's the wolf and the boar. The wolf has pack tactics, that's nice. Infectious bite can apply septic. That's a constitution drain that applies disadvantage on constitution. That's nice. How long does that last? 3 turns. Okay. It's an AoE attack at 11. Becomes Sif from Dark Souls. And the boar seems kind of meh, too. Although it can rage. I guess the boar is the tankiest one. Oh, hang on. Boar charge, it has an AoE. Yeah, cool stuff. Does a no leveling run look if you don't use Barrelmancy? Go look there. Seihoke and Third Monkey have both completed level 1 runs without Barrelmancy. Seihoke is currently working on doing a level 1 run that limits the amount of cheese involved. So certain things that we know are exploits that we use anyway are not allowed for that run. And it basically comes down to positioning, understanding fight mechanics, and good use of consumables and gear. Most player power doesn't come from class features.
No point in lingering now. I've got the noble
That
stuff.
sounds crazy to a casual player, I'm sure. Again, I'm not calling anyone here casual players, just think the Redditors that talk about how crazy Divine Smite is. You know, class features, even good class features, which Divine Smite is not, are a minority of your character's power. and this goes for every class. There are some very good class features. You know, obviously Action Surge is great. Lets you just do more shit. Cool. Eldritch Blast, great spell. Sanctuary, great spell. Swords Bard, broken, as we know. But, overall, you can clear the game without features innate to any class at all. You could be level 1 some fucking guy and be fine. One of the things I like about this game, it's a puzzle to be solved. If you're talking about optimizing at the highest levels of play. And there, even with a ton of restrictions, there's always wiggle room. Occasionally you might run into a fight that your restrictions put you in a position where you can't really do anything. Like on my Slayer run, I didn't bother fighting Cazador because immune. He and several of the ads in the fight are immune to non-magical slashing damage and piercing bludgeoning, which means my Slayer form could not damage him. I could technically get lightning charges, so I'd have 3 turns of being able to deal 1 damage per attack to him, and I could Psionic Overload on the first turn, so I would be able to deal 1d4 psychic damage plus 1 lightning damage to him per attack. That would not be enough to do anything quickly. Now, because I allowed myself duo, I could have my duo partner just heal me, and eventually I would win that fight. But if I lifted restrictions and did some more underhanded tactics there, yeah, I could deal with them. Like, it wasn't it wasn't a hard ban on my run, but something that I avoided doing much of was dropping smoke powder bombs at my feet and detonating them in Slayer form. I did it a couple of times, but I chose to limit it because it would break that. Not barrels, just smoke powder bombs. Not even doing the multiple explosion bomb tech. Just bombs are busted. Bombs are OP.
Let's cook in.
Whether you are using them in abusive ways or not. Still don't quite understand where I'd look into double bomb tech. What do you mean, Phil?
I'm checking again.
You hear her?
Many hearts. One soul.
Yeah, I'm just testing stuff so I can figure this now.
You failed to retrieve the art. Enough! True soul. You heard the general.
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood.
They're still here.
Must learn more about his power.
Okay, let's try that again. It missed. I needed to hit it. Remember your Druid Karlach run being worse than Dirge? I don't know what you mean. I've never done anything morally questionable on a character. Ever. It's never happened.
She gives them to you.
One soul.
While I'm at it.
Notice Wiki been updated on the bomb tech. Questions are done to now.
You failed to retrieve the artifact.
I still don't understand the question. Like, you're asking how the multiple explosion thing
True
works?
soul, tell the general how the goblins son.
What?
Of course, you heard the general.
Please!
The seat of the Absolute's power, occupied by a general that cannot be
Would
killed.
be possible for modders to make an item enemy random
His
for this game.
followers are
That already
flesh and
exists.
blood. We must learn more about his power.
Off my list of things I want to mess around with, actually. Do I have Staff of Arcane Blessing? Works better for this.
Hey, good looking. Don't burn yourself. Where to? Let's see.
Getting where to get the info in case I can get you online. Oh, I see. 70%. This is because Ketheric has 22 AC, so yeah. If I was level 6, I could reasonably have a Cloud Giant Elixir, which would be a bit more accuracy as well.
Don't be shy.
Well, it works.
I'm nothing. Soldier. Attention. Whisper mode.
Yeah, you can just steal Ketheric's weapon from him. This is the kind of stuff I want to do on the Beastmaster run. I want to do this to everyone. And he's even only temp hostile. So, without his weapon, he can't smite. He doesn't get his Aura of Hate bonus. I don't know what he'll even do, combat-wise. I don't have the mod on to make a Tactician into Honor mechanically. I should restart my game with that active. Now, something else I want to try with this Honey Paws tech is, and this will be more fiddly to test out, if I can use the bear to disarm Dame Aelin. Is Aelin's AI smart enough to pick up weapons? Because some NPCs are. For example, Art Cullen will prioritize picking up a weapon because he starts out not having one. I think it's entirely case-by-case basis on which enemies will pick up weapons and which won't. Like, some enemies will pick up weapons that you throw at them and use them. But the idea is, Aylin's not terribly useful because she just swings around a +1 greatsword. What if we gave her a substantially better weapon? Let me look at Aylin's wiki page. I know she just has a +1 greatsword, because that's what's on her corpse if you loot it. Yeah, it's just a completely normal one. You could be thematic as hell and give her Selûne's spear. Or the Moonlight Glaive. Possible to have any melee character pick up a bow. I don't know if Aylin will pick up a bow or not. I don't know if she'll even pick up a weapon at all. The Shard Gauntlet guys throw jabbers back, nearly died to that. Yeah. I've had Ethel throw lightning jabbers at me and crit me with them. Scary shit. Or you could break AI by giving them weapons they don't know how to use after that. I don't know if there's any weapons that would qualify as like a don't know how to use thing. Even if you don't have proficiency with a weapon, you could swing it, you could use it. You just can't use the special maneuvers that it offers. But I don't know if the AI would choose to use those anyway, so. Auto-equip clubs from Moonrise, those don't auto-equip anymore. They fixed that in a hotfix, like, literally the day after I did it to Orin on stream. They fixed it. Not because of me. It was definitely something on their radar ahead of time, but we just barely managed to get content out of it. Overwatch, do you think, Crypto? I don't think so. If they were watching me or Trade, then they would have put a hotfix out for crime response on improvised melee weapon a while ago. Keep thinking about trying to give some enemies a madness flail, just make some popcorn. Not sure if it works though. Could be interesting. Very sense to have to watch you for bug fixes. The madness club and also the spear that Bernard has. Okay, Jake, you're hungry. You're trying to knock shit off my desk. He's being a brat. Hang on, give me a second. Okay, here's an idea. Speaking of that that weapon, I don't think I have it. But let's try a thing here. I'm gonna make a save in this state. If I drop a two-handed weapon near Ketheric, will he unequip his shield to use it? That would lower his AC. I think I have an actual two-handed that I'm comfortable with parting with this way. I guess I don't have to play it out long term, so I could give him a very heavy great axe.
Quiet. uses. Got it.
Oh yeah, I'm a ranger. I have extra attack. Neat. That's interesting. So, we need to get Bernard's weapon so that we can give it to Ketheric. Because Bernard's weapon will try to stun you if you are not a construct.
Die. We must find what gives him his invulnerability before we strike.
Let me look at Bernard's weapon. Light of Creation. Right? That's the name? Yeah, Light of Creation. Holder of this item gains overcharge, chance to stun the wielder unless it is a construct. It's each time they attack, the DC 10 Constitution saving throw. Doesn't appear in the combat log, apparently. He has good Constitution, but you can give him lower Constitution saves with Bane, with, Reverberation. But important thing from Ketheric equipping a two-hander is that he, his AC goes to shit. Problem is, if you give him a weapon, then he's going to smite again. So maybe... Okay, here's an idea. What if I disarm him again? Then he won't have his shield equipped anymore either, right?
Ready for another round? My turn.
It won't work. Not until we find out what is keeping him from death.
Yeah, now he doesn't have his shield on anymore either. Salami. So, you poison him, give him disadvantage? No, he's undead.
I got this. Over there. Hello.
Give him a weapon he can't smite with. I can give him a bow, but that wouldn't affect his melee weapon slots. You can smite with any melee weapon. So if you disarm Ketheric once, put a weapon down that he can pick up and use, a two-hander, he will equip that, which unequips his shield. If you then disarm him again and take that, he will have his fists out, he won't have his shield equipped anymore. His shield is in his inventory, though. I thought I had another Invis potion. That's fine. Of his scroll? No. I have a flight scroll though. I'm on the wrong side of the tower from where I thought I was. Bad food poisoning, probably. Yeah, poison doesn't apply disadvantage on con. It's disadvantage on ability checks, not on saving throws. There's a difference. It's disadvantage on attack rolls. Actually, no. Bleed is disadvantage on con saving throws, and maybe ability checks. But poison is just disadvantage on attack rolls. It's not disadvantage on con saving throws. I know that much. So it wouldn't be relevant here. Also, Ketheric is undead, so you can't poison him anyway. Yeah, bleed is disadvantage in con saving throws, but you can't bleed him. I need more invis. 5 Shadow Mental Barons and no. On meaning Constitution? Yeah. So the thing I'm verifying now is I want to get a source of invisibility so I can go up to the roof again. And I want to check Ketheric's inventory, see if I can pickpocket his shield. No movement buff he has come from the armor? Yes. His armor makes him immovable. Constitution, but concentration saving throws are constitution saving throws, so both. True. Sure. I don't care about money right now. Go Gloves of Thievery. Those two. 5 Smuggler's Ring. I do. I hope the chill science stuff is up your alley, chat. I am probably gonna start an actual run today, but I do want to test out various stuff. And if there's anything you guys want tested, let me know. If I have a save in a position to do so, I'll do my best to check it out.
Let's turn down the fire. Don't mind if I do.
You can pickpocket his shield from him.
Hells yes.
So, it's funny, like, yesterday or the day before, multi-shadow? I can go for that. Yesterday, the day before, I was thinking about how Ketheric's shield is, like, kind of outclassed by the time you get it. But if you do this, you can get it early. And it's pretty good at this point in the game.
Up to.
So if you did the normal approach of, while Ketheric is still in the throne room, go up to the roof, clear out the Necromancer, all the Necromites, so that then, afterwards, Ketheric is on the roof by himself. You can then do all the disarm shenanigans. Need to break combat, come back, steal his shield. And then maybe you plant Light of Creation on the ground so that he picks it up. It might stun himself, but you probably just leave him weaponless so that he can't smite. You compete with the Landharv initiative shields that encounter to encounter bases. And you tell me. If you are in a fight where you do not need 3 more initiative, then this can be better. There's some encounters where initiative isn't a problem. Like for Wargaz, for example. He's got low initiative. You don't need to worry about him. But having better spell save DC would be things like hold person consistency on him without necessarily needing Arcane Acuity stacking. This is +1 to spell save DC and +2 spell attack rolls. Also advantage on dex. It says saving throw checks. I think it just means saving throws. That's this. Yeah, I had advantage. Yeah, that's advantage on dex saving throws. Not that far into the sequencing mess that I do Wargaz after I meet Ketheric. I do Wargaz pretty late. Oh, multi-shadows. Yeah, we can go for that. We can go for that.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Feeling fresh? Shadows don't suit me.
Gotta sneak my way over there. Ranger movement's so good. I missed this. Like, you just get Enhanced Sleep and Long Strider at level 2 on your Martial class. Oh, okay. Sure.
Looks like a hospital. Or a healer's house, anyway.
Oh, not so well. Oh, not so well.
Oh, I see.
Time for a soft touch. Turn down the fire.
I was wondering what the purpose of the checks on her were.
All right. Old corpses. Very old. Who's cooking?
Need to go down here.
Not used to lying low.
So, what's the working theory right now, Trade? Get Killing Blow with the same thought process as Bomb Tech? Basically, should I go get Callous Glow before this? Dealing with Balthazar is a whole extra time thing. Give me armor to call the weak range with as many damage as you can. So, you're thinking trigger call the weak as many times as possible, or do I need to simultaneously hit it? So, like, sequential like Magic Missile would be a no. Oh, no, you... Okay. Okay, let's give this some thought. If sequential's the goal, I don't see anything being better than Magic Missile. You could potentially save this for level 9 and do a 5th level Magic Missile. I know what I'm gonna try.
Steady. Like a vandal.
Did I already do this? Oh. Hello? Hello?
I'd love to, thanks.
I guess they don't care that the Raven's there.
You can't see me.
There we go. Morning, Urban Mech. How are you today?
In position.
Okay, so I'll make the save in the combat.
Easy as.
Cool. cold, so my son's end of the year school presentation long and outside. It's very hot here today. You want to trade? I'll trade you. Platform run done? Yeah. Doing assorted science today. We scienced out some abusive disarm tech, which is going to be fun. Like, we have Kethric's shield in Act 2, because we went up there, disarmed him, took his hammer. Then we put a two-handed weapon on the ground. He picked it up, which unequipped his shield. We left, came back, pickpocketed the shield. Now Kethric's up there with no weapon, no shield. That's the kind of stuff I want to mess around with on the Beastmaster run. And we're also doing assorted XP science. Keep missing, so I don't have the lightning charges yet. Just banking on turning into Merkel so he doesn't need those weapons. I would like to still have elevation on you. Doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to. Well, that might still count. Probably not. How do you disarm him? Beastmaster Companion. The bear has an attack that just, if it hits, it disarms. No save, it's just, I need to hit the attack roll. I didn't bring any crates to stand on. Did the attack not aggro him? It did. You could just flee combat. That's one shadow. That's with 4 explosions. Okay, you failed the saving throw. I need you to not fail the saving throw. Let's run that back. This is why Magic Missile would be better. Because you need to not outright kill, you need to trigger Call the Weak a bunch. I don't know what my Call the Weak range right now is. Not great. Need to get him to 6. Yeah, no, we're actually fine. I don't think I read this. Yeah, that's 2. Yeah, I think your theory is correct. No, wait, that's 3. We got 3. Let's look at the combo log and try to figure out what happened here. How many times did the hollow armor get blasted with Call the Weak? 1, 2. So there's the one that killed it, and then the 2 Call the Weak explosions? No, it only got blasted for Call the Weak once. So is it that it died? And then I had 2 instances that the game considered Call of the Week hitting the hollow armor, so that's why we have 3 shadows? Did I get 3? Yeah. Try with Callous Glow as well, you might get 4. Might be how many instances of damage during Call of the Week triggers. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Okay. This will take me a minute to actually get... Take me a minute to actually get Callous Glow. So I have to go get the, Well, I guess I don't need to go get the Nox Scroll. We're on Tactician, I can just save scum the lockpicking.
I've got this. Let's go. A little off the top.
Do you think the Helldusk armor is in Raphael's inventory here? If you... I don't know if this is the save where I got the Helldusk armor. I don't think it is. No. No, okay. I never thought to try to pickpocket. If it was that simple, then people would just steal it from him in Last Light. Busy with work, as Soul Slayer on. How'd you find it? It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it immensely.
If you insist.
Me, Cyril,
Minthara.
whoever you are, me.
Best line delivery in this whole game. It's up there with I Require Gold. It's between those two.
Open tomb. What could be horrifying about that? Hot foot. Place is trapped. What do we have here? Disarmed traps. My lucky day. Something terrifying. That thing looks mobile. Maybe it can bring us somewhere.
So I need Callous Glow. I guess I also go buy Nermisser.
Just place. In a
Afterwards.
terrifying
Don't let me
way.
forget to do that once I have the ring chat. But the fucking Gondians! Okay, that's up there. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I require gold. It's the appropriate amount of letters in the delivery. I think that's what it is.
Follow my voice.
Like, it's not just like a couple of O's, a couple of L's, it's a lot. It goes on for a bit.
Stealth mode activated.
What about the bandit in Act 3 calling you a cuck for being a pacifist? I haven't heard that line more than once. But yeah, that's gotta go on the list, Phil. There's some great line deliveries. Why am I not just... Also, I forgot to grab Shapeshifter's Boon again. The Ox is just chilling in Last Light, dead.
Got it.
I require spite, Shar. As she would say that. So if I don't step in anyone's sight cones, can I just, like, pick this lock? Should be able to. Testing new strats. Testing out some XP mechanics and in a couple places strats, yeah. I don't know if Thieves' Gloves, huh? I'll go for this set and then I'll reload. Put the gloves on, then yeah. Dude has 4 different responses, all of them end with him calling you a cuck and going hostile. It's just like interacting on the internet in real life, huh? With this amount of bonuses, I have to get a 20. I don't have proficiency. Don't have Shapeshifter's Boon. Close to Thievery make it more likely, though. Save scumming for science. If we can figure out how to get a lot of instances out of this, this might create a situation where being a high-level someone who has access to Magic Missile, you could be any caster and then just take a single level of Wizard or Sorcerer to get access to the spell. But you would want 5th level spellcasting if this works out the way I think it will, so that you can upcast Magic Missile into a 5th level spell slot. You wouldn't get 6th level till level 11, so it's not really relevant here. But upcasting Magic Missile into a 5th level slot with Lightning Charges and Callous Glow, in theory, could get you, with Psychic Spark, in theory could get you 6 shadows?
Can't I just break it?
Up the neck? Yeah, Psychic Spark. You would just need to reduce the Shadow's HP, the armor's HP, to as close to your Call the Weak range as possible, or weaken it a lot without Call the Weak on, and then turn it on once it's already inside your Call the Weak range. And then you hit it with as many instances of damage as possible. If this works out the way I think it should, as long as those instances happen close enough together, which would happen with Magic Missile, you'll get shadows. There might be the practical limit of 3 that Trade has run into. But if we can force more, this is creating XP. We're making more copies of an enemy that spawns on death. And that could be a principle we could apply elsewhere for even more XP. I can't, off the top of my head, think of another situation that works like that, but this game's massive. I'm sure there's one somewhere. Depends on if it's a single Call the Weak with Damage Riders or a number of instances of damage. If it's a timing thing, maybe Scorching Ray is better. Good thought. If it's a timing thing, Scorching Ray would hit, depending on your distance, it could hit faster, closer together than Magic Missile. It's a good thought. And yeah, if it ends up not being numbers of Call the Weak triggers, but number of Damage Riders on your Call the Weak, then it wouldn't be class specific anymore, or you wouldn't need Magic Missile at all. You could just get one Call the Weak with Lightning Charges, Callous Glow, and that would, in theory, be 4 shadows. So, basically, if we get 4, then we'll need to figure out which of those things is happening. If we get 4, then I'll have to test with the large number of Magic Missiles.
Open up.
The next question is, do we get foreshadows when we finally get this? I should go respec to something that learns knock and just knock the door open. But, sunk cost fallacy. I don't want to change course. Wonder if you could, I'm thinking of the disarm thing again. Disarming Isabel might be funny, because if Isabel doesn't have a weapon, then she might spend her action on her first turn of combat equipping a weapon, which means she wouldn't break Sanctuary if you Sanctuaried her somehow.
Fiddly things.
Thinking of other places you could do this. You could do this to Minthara. Like, ahead of time. Take her weapons, leave while she's temp hostile. Because Honey Paws comes online at level 5. So, reasonably, for every important enemy in the game, you could have it. Some NPCs are permanently armed. Like, for example, you can't disarm Gortash.
Shouldn't be too hard.
NPCs ever equip back their disarmed weapons? Yes. We weaponized that on Ketheric to get him to unequip his shield by giving him something else to equip. And then we stole his shield from his inventory and disarmed him again. Like, we currently have Ketheric's shield. Yeah, we should check to see if the Broken Moon Lantern works as I region traveled. Yeah, region travel seems to be what turns that on as well.
I've got this. I feel like a rosé in a tea shop. I'm too tall for this.
Save here. So, all the week off. I got you in range.
Handy.
Your lightning charges. Make a new save. I didn't get an air misser. Fuck, forgot. It's fine. So, lightning charges, Callous Glow, all the week. Still Psychic Spark on. If we get 4 shadows, then we need to do more in-depth testing on whether it's number of instances that are the single Call of the Week, or whether it's number of Call of the Week triggers. 3. But I think it's instances of Call of the Week. I'm gonna have to break combat here. That's fine. Got this result too with Callous Glow. Didn't give me 4. So I'm gonna try. Go get an air misser. If I was level 7, then I would just respec to a class that actually has a magic missile, but
I was a farrier in Desarin Valley. And the dreams came.
so this will be 2 more missiles.
Ever at your service.
Where are you?
An honor.
Let's turn down the fire. What is it? Up to. Like a vandal.
Two instances. I didn't want it to die though. Need to weaken the armor to 6 HP or less.
One, two.
spike growth damage. Make another save here. Will that give me too many lightning charges? No, I think it'll be fine. 5 HP. Another save. Now, turn Call the Weak back on. We have Psychic Spark, we have Air Mister. This is 6 missiles. I got how many shadows? 1. Arlex summoned shadow. 1. I think it's because I killed it too fast. Let's try that again. This is a Goldilocks situation. Quag XP day, something like that, Felicia. How you doing? As a control, let's do 4 missiles again, like we were doing before. One. Let's try me being closer. So that they hit in a tighter time frame. Maybe try Scorching Ray. Actually, do I have a Scorching Ray scroll? I don't. Let's try without Call the Weak at all. See what happens. One. It's been almost 3 hours already. Wow. Might be too low, you think? Could be. The 1. Okay. HP threshold's a good thought.
What next?
Is far back enough? Hey Tippy Tim, how are you? Yeah, that's better. Waiting for my next meeting, which is the 4th meeting. This one small task. Somehow they can't stop meeting about it. Well, you gotta have a meeting about the previous meeting, and a meeting about the necessity of more meetings. Then you need a meeting to confirm the results of that meeting. That 4. One, 2, 3. Is that still 3? think that was still 3. I just got the XP for the armor. How much is the armor worth? Pull this up again. Trade. Okay, the armor is 0. Shadows are 75. Okay, the ooze. The ooze is what made the irregular number there. The ooze is 90. So I killed 1 shadow and 1 ooze. That's 165. So that's 3 shadows still. Cat might be 3 here. Still well versed in the middle management committee meeting structure. Makes you wonder what you did for a living. Only for a brief period of like 2 years did I work in anything resembling corporate stuff. It's just so silly that it's easily parodied. Meeting yesterday was basically meeting about today's meeting. Manager messed up the invites, but yesterday was also debriefing the previous meeting. Could have been my long weekend by now. Pain. Might be a 5th level magic missile to yield more. I could test 5th level magic missile. I just would need to... Technically, if we were going all out on maximum possible XP, we would also want to test 6th level magic missile because it's possible to leave this for after Merkel. We're already level 11. There's no merit in doing so, but maybe for completeness' sake. That's still only 3 summoned.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna go back to this save. Make a new save. Close my game. Install a couple mods. We'll try this again with a higher level magic missile. Could be a timing thing. You only got 3 still. Want to try high level scorching ray myself. Scroll would only get you 3 rays, so in theory it'd be still three shadows. We can try both. The appropriate setup would have both. So now I need to respec to wizard or sorcerer. Guess I'll go wizard. And I need to go get an instance of XP. Doesn't matter what.
Phew. Listen.
Dost thou require as?
During this meeting, do you form a committee to discuss the meeting structure of the future task force to be assigned to determine the meeting structure of said meeting? Then it would have been completely worth it to destroy your long weekend. Can't argue with that. Retake Scorching Ray. We can test that too. Nothing to be sorry about. We're all bashing on meetings here. Won't really matter here. Maybe looking at what I'm taking. We are level 12 through the power of cheating. Efficiency is that anymore. Act 2, like I just said, power of cheating. I'm using mods to test things. Understanding how a mechanic works.
Whisper mode.
Forgot to equip staff for lightning. Guess we'll do that now. All the weeks off. But this doesn't kill you. Well, I got 2. Weaken it a better way. Have the correct staff on. Die. Okay, that might be an okay range. Does seem low, but let's see. Oh, 6th level magic missile. Need to put Callous Glow. Playthrough you're thinking about, start a new run later today. I'm thinking about Beastmaster Ranger. Having the bear disarm all sorts of things in all sorts of funny ways. Did we get less this time? Did I forget to put Call the Weak back on? Forgot to put Call the Weak back on, that's what it was. Black? What if we have to name the character Flack? Oh no. Crossover I didn't plan. Your Tav flower. I was thinking about doing it as Gale, but now I have to do Tav or Dirge. That's too funny. Call the Weak is on. 6th level magic missile. Lightning charges, Callous Glow. I don't have lightning charges right now, actually. How many did we get? Just 1? HP might be too low then. I'm gonna make a save after I get it to like... So, I need the first missile to knock it into Call the Weak range? Is that how we're thinking it works? What HP threshold should I aim for? The first one knocks it into Call the Weak range. That's too low. Damage riders don't matter, it might be easier without. Could be. Could be. It's a little better, I think. Try from here. It looked like 3. I'm not getting the I summoned Shadow thing anymore. So that's 2. It was confusing. Yeah, this is a very weird enemy. Still surprised. I still have a turn. Oh yeah, let's equip Callous Glow here. This is with Callous Glow, without lightning charges. Verifying I've called a weak on. One. Let's do no Callous Glow, no lightning charges. Be me just passing turn here. Or 3. I want to immediately run and play KOTOR again after seeing this quote from Parallax Styles' impression of the Acolyte. Ooh, that's promising. Hope that show's good. 2 again. I want to try Lightning Charges, Callous Glow, full HP animated armor, 5th level magic missile. See what happens. doesn't show the spawns on Honor, apparently. I'm using the mod that turns it to Honor logic. I have 2 on right now. One that makes XP requirements basically not exist. That's why I'm level 12. And one that changes the logic from Tactician to Honor. But we can see how many shadows there are. It's 2. Let's try weakening it to maybe half-ish. Let's see what it's like from there. I maybe should have been more discerning about what spells I actually learned. Fireball would be nice for testing this. I guess I could click Chain Lightning, but probably dies from that. A little lower than I wanted, but... And now I have way too many lightning charges, though. Okay, better. Fifth level. This is confusing. I want to try to get it to something like the 40 HP range and start blasting from there. Because when did I get 3? It had... Was that on the attempt where it had 6 HP that I got 3? Probably doing too much damage having a low Call to Weak threshold. I should have a better Call to Weak threshold for this, yeah. Rolling too well. First world problems. I want to figure this out. Spend like 20 more minutes on this, then I'm going to figure out what I'm doing for food. Yes, you remembered to eat. Or remembered to think about eating. Same thing, really. Vacation Wizard making individual missiles do more damage. Yeah, maybe I need to not be a vacation. Thought. The fact that I took fall damage there. Good job, Karlach. Okay, that's more in line with what I want. Let's start from here. One. Oh, I think it died here. No, it died here. Okay, there's the Summon Shadow. So it died after the 3rd missile. Then the other 5... Yeah, the other 5 hit after it was dead. Let's try getting one big instance with damage riders and see what that looks like.
Close ranks.
One. That wasn't even called a weak. Did too much damage. I'm rolling so well. Shouldn't have picked evocation.
Count on me.
Yeah, we got called a weak that time. Still one. Let's go back to this one. I go spec out of evocation.
Honk honk.
There's where the fuck are you in this campsite? How much are these shadows worth individually again? 75. Yeah, there's one, but if we can consistently make 3, that's an extra 150 XP. That's not insignificant.
Dost thou require?
But I'm more just curious how this is working than anything. Anything here that could be used for testing this? Not really. Hey, Greater Spirit. Well, it's going well. I'm doing some sciencing. Interesting stuff. back to the gym. It's hard to behave when you have McDonald's just outside of it. Ooh. Stay strong. Divination just gets C in his Superior Dark Vision. Forgot that. Neat. Keep that prepared and that.
You can't see me.
Lightning charges, Callous Glow, Bomb. With Call the Weak, bad Call the Weak threshold. Spawn 2 that way. So, if nothing else, we know that that's a good way to get more than 1. We're trying to figure out how to consistently get 3 or to surpass 3. We have gotten no more than 3. Turn Call the Weak off. Throw a bomb without Call the Weak. See what happens. Probably still kills. Still kills. 3. Not Call the Weak. It's not Call the Weak at all. Maybe Call the Weak is an alternate route to this outcome. But it's definitely connected to number of times you kill this thing. Like, that was a completely classic Gnostic kill. That wasn't Magic Missile. That was just Lightning Charge, Callous Glow, Smoke Powder Bomb, with a bad Call the Weak range. All leads to multi-bombs. So we hit the armor with 6 instances on the Smoke Powder Bomb. We can make that more with a Fire Surface. If we do that again, this should spawn either 3 or 4. If it doesn't spawn 4, then there might be a cap in place. It all goes back to multi-bumps. Yep. Yeah. So We made that smoke powder bomb explode 8 times, which caused the armor to die 4 times in a small enough period of time for it to spawn 4 shadows. It spawns 1 on death, but it died 4 times in the time it took it to die once. I don't know of a way that does that more consistently than multi-bombs. Here's the other thing we could try. We could try adding the other bomb bullshit into this multi-bomb. If we can make one bomb explode 8 times, what happens if I throw a stack of 5 bombs? Or say, in this case, 7 bombs. I die because it blows up in my face. I guess they hit each other. Is this something they touched in a hotfix? Or is it just terrain specific? Let's see. I've never actually done this throw a bomb stack thing before. It's just something I'm aware of. I noped out of it because I decided it was too broken. I'm kind of hopeful that it continues to not work here. Okay. What if I push it? Feels like I just drag it into the fire surface as well. Cast telekinesis on it. Telekinesis prepared? I don't.
Tactical.
Holy cough. Five. Do I need to go get a ton of smoke powder bombs to see how far we can push that? Try adding the fall damage instance. Let's see if there's a way I can make that happen. If I can, like, push it. No, I won't have that action. They're surprised, though. I can take an extra turn to set up. Yeah, they're surprised. I can take an extra turn. Although, no, I have, I lose lighting charges. Let's see. Animation to throw the stack. It wouldn't get, although it'd be fewer instances, because the fall damage one wouldn't be getting lightning charges or callous glow anymore. because the Mage Hand doesn't have that. I would still be getting Lightning Charges, Callous Glow off of the Fire Surface instance, because that would be sourced from me, but... I'll do that in the reverse order. I'm just kind of thinking things through by clicking. That should explode in my face. Okay. Run that back. Can you get the Brilliant Retort for this? Maybe. That's worth testing. Getting Brilliant Retort, though. Maybe.
Slick.
I hit the wrong button. So I want to throw the Alchemist Fire to make the fire surface. Then I want to push the stack of bombs into the fire surface. The 7 stack. Says 100%. I think they did something to bomb stacks like this. We'll see. Valid target. Up from here. Can't push bombs. Is there a number of multi-stack bombs that you can throw that doesn't cause them to blow up in your face? Or if they completely fix that interaction? Or idea.
Under their noses.
So from a pouch or backpack. There's an idea. The thing with that, Lloyd, I like the way you're thinking. The thing with that is the bombs wouldn't be taking the fall damage if I threw a backpack with the bombs in them. I still want at least a bomb to take the fall damage. So my plan on this run is I have a stack of 6 right next to it. I'm gonna put a fire surface there. I'm gonna go back up. Or attempt to. Guess I gotta get more lightning charges. I'm gonna try throwing the 1 bomb now into the fire surface, which should detonate the stack of 6. Then we'll see what happens. How many shadows did that summon? 2? And then they died. That stack didn't explode, or did one of them explode? That was definitely a stack of 6 that I put on the ground, right? Yeah, Larian specifically changed how bomb stacks work because of that, that exploit that was being used in the speedrun. This is not the first time they've targeted speedrun tech. They changed the way jumping works for that reason, too. Okay, so I need to put these bombs individually.
Moving.
I should have Crusher's Ring on for this. That's 6 bombs next to the skeleton. While the week is off, you throw this bomb into the fire surface. See what happens. Alright, how many shadows did I kill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what you're saying is, if we individually place enough smoke powder bombs on the ground there, and then detonate them all at the same time with a fall damage fire surface lightning charge callous glow bomb, we could print as much XP as we want? Maybe? I want you to know I hate this. I hate this too, Trade. This is scummy. This is like, Larian, fix bombs, patch 7. Come on. I don't have the self-control to stop me. You have to stop me. I hate this. This is just an application of quirk with how the game handles items dying, items that do things when they die, or enemies in this case that do things when they die, and we're using one to break the other.
While I'm at it.
Or if we can make that sillier with. That'd be too silly.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Alright, Dareth, here's the deal. Bombs. We need bombs. Anyone level 1?
Excuse.
Sharp.
Something the matter? Oh.
Stupid in the way to make it consistent and maximize it is bomb tech. Yeah, like, there's definitely the possibility for Magic Missile and Scorching Ray to be able to do this because they are high instance things. It's just we gotta figure out a very precise health threshold for that, and that's probably gonna require specific building as well so that your damage ranges are very narrow. And then at the end of the day, it would still require some amount of luck. And I think with bombs, you can just crowbar consistency onto it. And then there's only so many instances you can get from Magic Missile and Scorching Ray, because you can only upcast them so high. The limit for number of bombs is most likely just how many can your PC handle.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. That's that then.
That graphics ultra low, place 1,000 bombs. I hadn't even thought of... What if FPS tech here? What if at low frames the window of time where death events can occur gets wider? I'll have to kill all the shadows too. They're the weak kind of shadow, so like holy water, lol. But yeah.
No point in lingering now I've got
They do in game confirmed needs high NPC to be no, the reverse Greater Spirit. You would need to set your settings to really low. So that basically at lower frames the rate at which the game checks things happening, at least with a lot of video games, is delayed. So you can do more shit in between units of time. There's lots of games where that's relevant. Resident Evil engine games, for example, really abuse that. To the point where you can clip through certain enemies and objects, and enemy AI changes noticeably if you are at lower FPS, because the game is checking what's happening slower. 100 bombs, 100 shadows. How to kill those shadows? Bombs. Yep.
Have I got everything?
You produce a Voss worth of XP from multi-shadows, if not more. In the new RE games, higher FPS, the knife does more damage, more instances of damage per swipe. Right, because it's in the hitbox longer for higher FPS. It can be either end of the spectrum, because games tying anything to frame rate is cursed. Lower FPS lets you clip through enemies more easily in RE Engine, but higher FPS lets you do more damage with your knife. Like, that's why in the RE3 remake, the knife animation is a poke rather than a swipe. Prevent that. They couldn't fix it in Engine, so instead they just changed the knife animation. I think they fixed it by the time RE4 remake came out. I don't think the knife tech is in RE4, but they fixed the RE2 issue in RE3 by just changing the knife animation. Every Fallout game, yeah, load screens are tied to FPS in Fallout 4. So if your FPS too high, your loading screens get longer.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
What? Real thing. That went Starfield? No idea.
Something the matter?
That shit like clipping? Oh, it gets more cursed than that.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble.
And there are FPS tricks in this game. I mentioned yesterday there's some jumping FPS tricks you can do. Would not surprise me if there's other things.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. Have I got everything? No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
No point in lingering now that she's got the noble stock, yeah.
Better wait.
I still did some weird jump thing, reminds me of Zip and Elden Ring. Ooh, tell me more. I love zipping, it's so funny. The fact that it's just a thing that you can do that's so precise that no one does it accidentally is funny.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Something the matter?
To walk into jump position, automatically teleport to the jump spot and jump. I've had that happen. So you can do that consistently with the you know the illusion mushrooms that you scale to get up to Ethel's Underdark entrance if you're going from the Underdark. You can bunny hop those fast enough that the game will warp you back to where you tried to jump from, even if you fall. It like stores your coordinate when you lock in a jump. They can probably be weaponized in some crazy ways.
If you're sure.
Something similar with kidnapping. Yeah. I don't know if the speedrun still uses it, but in the past there was an iteration of the speedrun that used that to basically lock Gortash's coordinates to you. And then you just walk and Gortash will be stuck like where you are, and then you undo it and he'll pop out where you are, and then you throw him. That's my understanding of it anyway.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Kidnapping a Gort.
Like a vandal.
We have 19 bombs now. Let's see how many shadows we get. I don't expect 19 shadows, but like, if we get somewhere in the high double digits for shadows, then well, I guess we can consider ourselves understanding how this is working.
Off the top. Knees high.
That's good stuff. I'm glad you suggested testing this trade. This is it's some insane information to have. Yeah, if anyone's got ideas for other stuff to test out, give me a shout. We'll test it. Cool with that being the theme of today's stream. At what cost would I just walk in on? We found a way to print more shadows, Crypto. I spawned 6 shadows from this animated armor. And it's cursed. All gave XP? All gave XP. That's why we're even further testing this. So what, I had 19? So that's 17 bombs on the ground. Should be. Okay, I forgot to turn Call the Weak off. But 315, we killed one ooze in that. How much is an ooze worth? 90. Run that back. Each shadow gives XP? Yes. I forgot to turn Call the Weak off. I can do that better. Should have saved first. Did I not? Thought I did. I did.
In position.
Trigger 15 again. Maybe the bombs are too spread out. So what was the total we got before? Let's see, how many shadows were... Okay, the armor is dying. It's testing day. I wonder what's the contagion thing works on in Act 3. Just doing Act 2 or XP testing. No big deal. I mean, not unwilling to test that. You can have contagion for Act 2 as well. Just need to be level 9 for Classic and learn it. It's available. It's a thing you can use. 450 was last time. Okay. What happened differently? What happened differently? Maybe a big ask, but can anyone go back and make a clip of the 451 for reference? I'm gonna keep trying to replicate it. I'm gonna try grouping the bombs up tighter, so that it's closer to simultaneous, rather than a chain reaction. Should be 18 bombs on the ground.
No surrender.
All the week off. 140 that time. Less. Mechanism here, dealing enough to kill the enemy spawns a shadow, dealing enough to kill many times at once. Basically, yeah. Killing the enemy to hit the spawn shadow trigger in small enough of window of time to make it happen many times. Damage in first, work the same from full health. So my record was it was 6 shadows, right? My record was 6, and that was from full HP, just throwing a bomb. So I don't think lowering HP does anything, considering when I was going at it from low HP, I was sometimes only getting 1. That was when we were doing Magic Missile. We could try weakening it, and then doing the massive bomb stack. Not opposed to that. If I do this.
Over there.
Try this now. Probably reload a save here, but so without lightning charges. 390. More than last time. I did something similar already. You try using fireball scroll so all the bombs explode simultaneously. I could try that. I can try that. A fireball prepared? I do.
Heading out.
We got 3 shadows that time. Just 3 from Fireball. So 3 is 2 more than you're supposed to get here, so that's not a bad approach. I want to try Fireball again with Call the Weak on, see how that plays out. Try not to get the ooze in. Whether Call the Weak is there or not.
I got this.
Are you still in the turnover? It's non-lethaling the enemy make a shadow. Shouldn't. You can't non-lethal undead, but I don't know if the armor is an undead or a construct. I don't know if you can non-lethal construct. I don't think you can. It is a construct. I don't actually know if you can non-lethal this. It's a attempt to find out. Might not go great. Really have all that much in the way of martial prowess. Yeah, sure, buddy. No. I said no. Ow. Ow. Okay, now you missed, though. Okay. They didn't miss. We'll try non-lethal. I'm definitely not in a spec to do that, but... Try weakening first. Weakening more first. .74. Anything that can help me not die here. I guess I can just miss the step away. It'll chase me.
Jimmy on the go.
As long as they don't pull me down. I think only armor can do that. Still might have another Misty Step scroll. Yeah, flight potion would also do it. Do I have one of those? Imagine being appropriately prepared for things you wanted to do. I don't... Doesn't sound like something I would do. As I expected, you cannot non-lethal an inanimate object. But tested for science. You never know. Video games have weird logic sometimes. So it was worth testing. Whoa. Oh, thank you for the clip. Through the exact process. Let's try and replicate that. Bombs are stacked not as tightly as they could be, but they're pretty tight.
Incoming.
Cat. Whoa. $315. I wonder if it's too many bombs. You think too many is a possibility? What are you doing? Relax. You're gonna hurt yourself. Sir, do you mind? Sir. 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 I don't know if grouping the bombs tighter has any real effect here, but so cut down on factors, possibly.
Aye, aye.
$540. That was with one ooze dead. So it was $450 again from the shadows. What was that, less bombs? No, I grouped the bombs up more tightly. Try that again. I want to try to replicate the exact setup that I just did, like, to the pixel and everything. But without doing that grouping up of the bombs. So they're there, but they're not as grouped up as they could be.
Soldier.
Excuse me. Did I call the week on for that? I feel like I might have. I don't know if call the week matters here. Feel like it does. $240. Let's try grouping up the bombs more tightly again. I know I say this a lot, but I hope this isn't too boring for you guys. I like learning how this game works, and this has been fascinating. Completely derailed the plans for the stream, but it's not like this is the only thing we've learned today. We've learned a bunch about how we can manipulate Ketheric, and have some ideas on... I think it'd be really satisfying to set up Aelin to just do the Merkle fight basically by herself, and giving her a substantially better weapon could go a long way in that regard. So if we can get some disarm shenanigans going on Aelin, and then have her pick up a weapon that's, like, actually good, instead of a greatsword +1. It could be entertaining. Try to dump all the single bombs out of pouch, or do they auto-stack? So, putting them in a pouch, they wouldn't blow up from... I mean, they would, but they wouldn't blow up from the first wave of the explosions. They blow up from the second wave, and I want it to be simultaneous. Or as close to simultaneous as I can manage. Make a save here. We'll keep Call the Week on, out of curiosity here. No, we'll... Control. We'll do one without Call the Week, then one with.
I've got
The one I just did unstacked was non-Call the Week. $315. So not as much. Load, put Call the Week on. I'm so invested. It's so interesting. Like, if we can figure out to a T exactly how this works, this is not just cool for the novelty of it or for getting XP here. Understanding how the game handles this sort of thing is tech that could maybe be applied elsewhere if we ever find other things that kind of work in this way. That's why it's so cool to me.
Find a route.
Useful knowledge. This time, Call the Week is on. Still 315, though it's certainly crunchier. Let me watch back the clip. See how I threw in the 450. Where did I aim? It was pretty close. I threw the fire too close. Shadows we've been able to get up to. Five. What's the hypothesis? That killing the armor as many times as possible within a very small unit of time causes the trigger for spawning a shadow because you killed it to happen multiple times. We have gotten anywhere from 1 to 5 shadows, depending on... Not quite sure what it depends on, as of yet. But you're supposed to get 1. We've been able to spawn 5. 315. Using bomb seems best so far. Seems like it. Like we talked about earlier, there's a possibility that there's particular health ranges where Magic Missile or Scorching Ray become good options for this. But I think that might be too fiddly to pull it off in a practical setting.
Got it.
Multi-explosions of bombs might be part of the mojo. We've gotten as many as 3 without using bombs. I got 4 off of a Magic Missile. But bombs have yielded both of our top results. And have yielded better results more consistently. If I do, like, kind of away. Yeah, that was too far away. I don't have any more bombs. So... we got 4 shadows this time off of bombs without the fall damage bomb. Okay, I hit each of them with the fireball and the lightning charge instance. And the Callous Glow instance. Let's try again, me getting lightning charges, and let's fireball the bomb stack. I want to revisit that. Just throw that armor big height into fire with lightning charges. Maybe displace some other damage riders as enemy not object, so some might apply. So you think get the hollow armor up higher and throw it into one of these directly? Can it be thrown? Yeah. I think it's the very same thing as multi-explosions for a bomb. Yeah, it certainly seems to be. So let's try without the fire surface. An improvised melee weapon, you. Can I get you to somewhere with height, or do I need to wait for you to come to me? I need to wait for you to come to me. Unless I can throw you up and then throw you down. I don't think I'm strong enough for that. Maybe. You sleep in Crypto got me clip your last Palm Garden attempt. Don't let me be a bad influence.
Incoming.
So, 4 again. Do I even have Displace? I don't have Displace. I need to get Displace. Was a bad influence for suggesting this testing. It is your fault, Trade, as a lot of these things are. So, go to sleep. Expect detailed report on my table next time we meet. We'll do. We'll do.
Heading out.
So, I need to flee combat. Perpetually falling down a rabbit hole of XP farming. Yeah. So yeah, I should go kill the two guards in front of Moonrise. I mean, I could also just steal the tadpole barrel, actually. Let's go do that. That'll be two.
Soldier. For the charm.
Enjoy the view. This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. If this place ever gets a clear day.
I've got this.
Beef. So we got this place now. Back to the mausoleum. This idea of throwing the animated armor into the bomb stack is like infinitely riskier, but in theory,
Invisible me.
it would produce a similar result to fire surface bomb. And I'm curious about it. My allergies are acting up something awful today. I apologize for the sneezes constantly. There's a lot of cat dander being kicked up by the fan.
That's right.
Because and sort of dust. Hot as hell today. Extra ventilation. Right, Jake? Jake is a lump on the ground right now. Yeah, he's looking at me.
Let's turn down the fire.
Nothing.
Oh my word.
You know, let me take actions. Okay. There we go. Oh, my frames. Okay. Relax. Relax. Sudden 7 FPS. BG3, are you okay? Huh. That's weird.
Shadows don't suit me.
Hey Shimo, what do you want info on? I don't have a command for that. How can I help?
Halfling essence. Aye, aye.
We'll leave Call the Week on, see what happens. Enough movement. How do you figure? That's the wrong thing. It's 4 again. Let's try without Call the Week. See what happens. Consistent 4 is still very good though. We were struggling to get 4 initially while testing this.
Quiet. No surrender.
All the way up. What was that? That Operon I just did was on. Let's do off. Right? Let's see. 3 that time. It was different. I think maybe because the armor's immune to psychic damage, Displace won't won't do what I wanted to do. That's one of the reasons why I was hesitant to believe Call the Week was responsible for this.
Shadow lag.
That's our surprise round, that's our lightning charges. All the week off. Fire surface down. Jester, how you doing? Did this. Week's been a hot mess at work. It remains a hot mess. It's a mess. It isn't my problem for the next 11 days. I'm on vacation. Relaxing over the weekend, flying to the UK on Monday. Good for you. Enjoy your relaxation. Put it on spike bulbs, void bulbs, alchemist fire in the ground, do anything. It wouldn't create more death events. Like, if I could move these smoke powder bombs into, like the ones that are already on the ground, if I could move them into a fire surface without damaging them, maybe. Do I have a Gust of Wind scroll? Who learns Gust of Wind? That doesn't do damage, right? Wizard can learn it. I don't have a scroll right now, though, do I? Tempest Cleric? Yeah, Wizard gets it too, though. I'm currently a Wizard. I just go respec. We can try Gust of Wind pushing all of the bombs into a fire surface. That's what I'm thinking.
Dost thou require?
I think these spells matter. Feathers.
Steady.
So, my idea is I get surprise round. How do I do this without dying?
Jimmy on the go.
I don't know if that's happening, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That should make a surface. Maybe that works. Might have to rethink the positioning here.
forgot to prep the actual spell. Hang on. Hello. Hi. Hello. So we go for polite surprise round.
Count on me. Say bye-bye.
You can't gust of wind smoke powder bombs. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, you probably could have used Gust of Wind on them before the speedrunning fix. I'm trying to think of other things other ways to move. Maybe Force Tunnel. Maybe Force Tunnel could do it. I doubt it. Gust of Wind couldn't, but we try Force Tunnel.
Got it. Need to learn the hard way.
No, yeah, okay. They just can't be moved that way. They just can't be moved that way. Okay, we're back to, throwing a bomb is probably the optimal play here. Having Brilliant Retort would be good. I don't feel like going through Grimforge for testing purposes right now. That seems... Fireball. That got delivered. Nice. Three. Maybe more? So much stuff in the combat log that, like, it can't. Huh. Oh yeah, I was gonna see what I was doing for food 2 hours ago. I guess that ship has sailed. There's no point fixing that, right? Here's an idea.
You're not gonna like this, mate.
It crashed my game. Okay, we found how much is too much. We can work with that. We can work with that. Too crunchy. That's a good thing, because we just need to scale that back a little bit. What are you doing, Moo? Did you start drinking already? Should I ask Coombs to build me a pig PC even though we're $8,000 in debt now? No! No. Do not create more debt. You don't want to entrench yourself in debt. Did you want to do that whole creating a crotch goblin thing with Coombs? Don't be in debt for that. You'll be in debt then. Two. Three. No lighting charges.
The hammer's gonna fall.
Three. He shots this thing. Yeah, that is a game crash. Thank you for the clue.
Poor fucker.
I wonder. Five? And I killed a shadow. 6. 6 with a fire arrow. died here. Killed the ooze. Killed one shadow. The ooze was 90, and one of the shadows was 75. We're left with 5 more shadows. Run it back. See if the fire arrow is consistent. Because fire arrows are 2 instances of damage. So it makes sense that they're good at damage rider shenanigans in this context.
Like this, mate.
Try to smoke powder arrow. That could be interesting. Four. I'm gonna, with this exact setup, I'm gonna run a few cycles to see what changes. Because it might actually just, there might be enough variation that it's not consistent, but try something else too. 300 video, yeah. I cap my FPS to 30.
Down the hatch.
Six total again. I'm gonna try capping my FPS to 10. We'll see what happens. Oh boy. I apologize for how that is to look at. FPS science a bit. It came up a couple times in conversation, and I'm curious if it has an effect, but holy shit. This is awful to look at. Sure, we'll crit you. Why not? View horror. Okay, no, that... 3. Okay. Well, FPS didn't. Better. What we got 6 shadows twice now. 3 times now? We've gotten 5 twice, 6 3 times, 4 a lot of times.
Open up.
Five. No, 5. fire arrow seems good. Do I have an oil of combustion? I don't think I do. What the fuck is happening? So, this animated armor spawns a shadow when it dies. I think everyone knows about that. But, if you can make it die enough times in a small enough window of time, you get more copies of the shadow. Each of those shadows does give XP. So, we've been here for a while trying to figure out exactly the ins and outs of this, and if we can consistently, forcibly print more XP. It's been a science stream today. We also did other stuff like messing around with disarming Ketheric. Got a sort of a plan cooking in my brain for disarming Dame Aelin to give her a better weapon to make her more useful in the finale as well.
Look what we have here.
We confirmed that you can get the Oathbreaker Knight's XP without a second person's help. So for purists who don't want to ever hire a hireling or have a companion in your party, you can do it. Scienced out the logic with getting Elminster's XP by tossing him over a cliff in Moonrise. Locked that down pretty well. The sort of topics today. Or non-lethal the night, create the shadow. No, you can't non-lethal constructs or undead. They just die. We tested that. How to disarm Ketheric, just command drop. Beastmaster Bear Companion has an attack that if it hits, it disarms. No save, just you need to hit the attack. So we just use that. That's why my next run I want to do Beastmaster to mess about with that. What if I go for you with lighting charges without being in combat? 225. And then there's 2 left alive. So that's 5. No lighting charges, that's 5. Came in late, wondered if guaranteed low HP would make higher shadow counts consistent. We were trying low HP stuff, and it seemed less consistent. Like, I was getting 1 to 3, rather than with this approach, with this bomb stack underneath. From full HP, we're getting 4 to 6. Six. 1 died, 5 alive. The record so far is 6. Get a bomb trigger a bomb? Yes. Earlier we were trying... the first time we hit 6 was we threw a bomb into a fire surface next to that pile of bombs. But I'm achieving that this way too. I guess something I could try.
You can't see me.
$315. Not many. Let's go back. Riz, what is this that you sent me? Dear Larian, please change the elixirs of strength. Let's see, it's got 0 upvotes and 22 comments, so surely it's going to be a nuanced take. Yeah, just people who do not play outside of a specific slice of gameplay choices, appointing themselves authority on the entirety of game balance. So just PSA for anyone who thinks that strength elixirs are overtuned. Just show of hands. Does anyone actually think that? Does anyone think that strength elixirs are like the best thing for strength-based builds? Let's put it that way. What was that? Best authority on League of Legends knowledge, having played it once. True. That was 7 shadows. We got 7 this time. Because we killed 3. In the ooze, and there are 4 left alive. More easy to see how they're good than other elixirs. That's 100% the correct take, Crypto. And that is what people confuse with other things. Do think they're available too early, to be honest. I mean, Cloud Giant elixirs aren't available until level 6. Hill Giant? Sure. I guess you could argue those are available too early, but you can get to level 4 without combats and get yourself to 20 strength. So, is the result different? So the thing about those, I'm trying to pick my words carefully, rather than shitting downwards on people who just don't know what they don't know. Strength elixirs are good until you look at every other offensively useful elixir in the game. I'm gonna pull up the wiki page for this. We'll use visual aids. We got the wiki page elixirs. Some of these are nearly unavailable. Like, I only know of 1 cold resist elixir in the game. Pretty sure you can't get force resist. A lot of these aren't relevant. But you got Elixir of Hill Giant Strength. Increase your strength to 21. Okay, so the highest you can have your strength out of the gate
starting the game, character gen, level 1, 17 strength. You can, through Auntie Ethel's hair or a feat at level 4, you can get to 18 strength. 20 and 21 strength are the same bracket, so the first time you can get to 20 strength without using gear is if you take a strength ASI, put both points there, and you take Ethel hair with a base of 17. You could have that going at level 4 if you want to. Now, what does that achieve for you? You open up your elixir slot. You don't need strength elixirs anymore if you have that much strength. Now keep in mind that you can get the +2 strength potion for Mirage on every character just by having Astarion around. You don't even need to bring him in your party, just have Astarion have one conversation with Mirage and you just get this item. That's +2 strength permanently, allowing you to do things like, for example, and they're using Tavern Brawler as a justification for this idea that strength potions are the most OP thing ever. They need to be changed. Tavern Brawler can give you +1 strength. Mirage, +2. Starter base 17, that's 20 strength. Same exact functional strength as a strength elixir, except you're not using the elixir. You're not using the elixir. And like Crypto just said, all it costs you is alert. You know what you can do with 20 strength Tavern Brawler without using the elixir? You can take alert. You can use, like Irish said, Bloodlust is the strong one. You could use Elixir of Bloodlust. You know what's better than one-shotting 2 enemies in a turn? In a purely single-target build? One-shotting 3 enemies in a turn in a purely single-target build. Why are we talking about Hill Giant instead of Cloud Giant? Because Cloud Giant's not available until level 6, and Hill Giant is being included in this conversation, in the thing that I'm addressing. By the complainers of strength elixirs. If only there was an elixir that does what alert does. Right. Now, if we do talk about Cloud Giant, you can also use Vigilance to start the fight, and then first turn switch to Bloodlust or something. You could. You absolutely could. Now, if we are talking about Cloud Giant, the run I just completed, the Slayer form run, I had 28 strength. As in, more than Cloud Giant, without using Cloud Giant. There are builds that can hang out in that strength bracket without that elixir, allowing them to use other elixirs. It's not this end-all, be-all thing. What this is people in just starting to creep their way out of the shallow end of the knowledge pool, deciding that they are an authority on all mechanics in the game, and that the things that got them out of that shallow end of the pool give them the ability to decide how everything works and should work for everyone. Like, no, strength elixirs seem busted when you haven't used other things. As the people here in the chat have expounded on, Bloodlust and Vigilance are crazy. And if you... Let's talk about other things, less obvious ones. Colossus, this one gets slept on. This is 1d4, it's an extra d4 dice roll on all of your non-spell attacks. Battle soundtrack in the background makes this great, I'm glad you think so. So this applies to bows, weapons, throws, punches. It's an extra d4 damage. If you have the same strength stat without the Hill Giant elixir as you do with, except you can put this on, that's simply more damage. Objectively, unconditionally, it is more damage. And that is without accounting for the fact that you have advantage on strength checks and saving throws here, meaning throwing people, your chances go up. And you get extra carry weight while you have this. Yeah, there you go. 25% extra carry weight here. Your size is also increased, which makes it harder for things to throw you. On top of you having advantage on athletics checks for them to... So, like, this is incredibly good. Peerless Focus and Battle Mage Power is damn good for caster. I personally have not had many cases where I'm using Peerless Focus, but I would say Peerless Focus is one of the better ways of getting advantage on concentration, especially in the early game. And Battle Mage Elixir is incredible. Arcane Acuity is one of the most broken things in the game, and Battle Mage Elixir allowing you to just have 3 Acuity that doesn't go away. You can take damage and you don't lose it. Okay, normally stacks of Arcane Acuity are lost every turn when taking damage. 3 stacks granted by the Elixir cannot be lost. You know how much 3 Arcane Acuity is in terms of stats? That is 6 points. 6 attribute points of your casting stat worth of effectiveness. So let's say you're hanging out at 18 Charisma and you're feeling real good about your build. What if you drank an Elixir real quick and we're at 24 Charisma worth of power? And, like, it's great for archers because it improves the difficulty class of various things you're doing. Your coatings, your special arrows, any maneuvers you might be doing. Like, it's crazy. In my play, I don't see a lot of relevance to strength checks, except when goofing off with barb tossing. Strength is probably the second most impactful stat in the game, behind dexterity. It's objectively very good, but elixirs are objectively one of the most inefficient ways of getting strength in a strength-focused build. I'm emphasizing in a strength-focused build. Referring back to the run I just completed, again, I had Minthara with Cloud Giant Elixir basically the whole time in Act 3, but she wasn't a strength-focused build. If I actually wanted her strength to be high for her purposes, I would be less likely to be using Cloud Giant, because that would lock me out of using other more important situational elixirs. When is Viciousness useful? Viciousness is something that I often considered on the Slayer run because that's a situation where Strength Elixir not relevant. Colossus doesn't work on the Slayer's damage. Heroism's nice, but with Tavern Brawler I didn't need the accuracy. Battle Mage was good for improving the spell save DC on my Slay and stuff, but only against things that I could meaningfully affect with my effects. Viciousness was the elixir of choice against Merkel on the Slayer, because you can't make Merkel go prone, you can't poison him, you can't bleed him, you can't inflict diseases on him. With Tavern Brawler, 28 strength, I already had enough accuracy that I would always hit him unless I rolled a 1. So there were no elixirs offensively that would help me except Viciousness. That's a good example. Talking about the advantage from Colossus not hitting on strength as a stat. That advantage is very nice. So, Rando. Like, what happens if someone tries to shove you? Or throw you? Or what happens if an effect hits you that could knock you prone? That isn't an ice surface, which goes off dex. Advantage on strength is very useful. Now, just like with lots of things, you don't have to put yourself in a position where you're vulnerable to that. That's why Constitution is a pretty underwhelming stat the more you optimize, because you don't need to roll concentration checks, you don't need to have higher HP if nothing fucking hits you. Monk makes strength elixirs more obviously good, let's say, because monks are so stat hungry. But you can still use gloves with dex to have good dex, wisdom, strength for that real good open hand damage. You could. There's lots of ways to go about this, is a good takeaway from this. Hey, Kara, finish the Slayer run? Yeah, today's kind of a science day. Planning out, I want to do a Beastmaster run next, and we're ranting about, you know, Redditors are complaining about strength potions again, and saying, oh, it's the best thing. No, it's not. I think I can say comfortably with 2,000 hours in the game, 13 honor mode completions, 12 of them solo, 1 of them duo. Strength elixirs are fun early, and frequently outclassed afterwards, both Hill and Cloud.
Viciousness work for spell critting? Yes. Like Viciousness on Warlock in lots of situations, I have advantage and burst on target like Cazador? Yes. The rant already redeemed. Elixir tier list time? If you get me a template, I'll do it. It's the only way I'll do it. I gotta force you to suffer if you're gonna make me suffer. Like, Vigilance, absolutely incredible elixir that these people who have these forceful takes about how mandatory strength is compared to everything else. I guarantee you they're losing initiative and then reloading their save and rolling initiative until they don't lose. No? Well, I got you then. Let's go through each of these elixirs in situations where they might be used. Oh no. Oh no. God damn it. I didn't expect you to actually. Hot take. Elixirs are really fucking good. You only know about strength elixirs look quite strong, maybe even OP. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's the correct take. But as soon as you bring in other things, as soon as you expand your body of knowledge, like, meh. Alright. Yeah. I see the parentheses not. You had 3 seconds. Alright. Vigilance. S tier. Objectively. Bloodlust. S tier. Objectively. I'll go with the strength ones later. Colossus. Solid A. Real good. Battle Mage. S tier. Without a doubt. Objectively. Dark Vision. There's better ways of getting it. If you need Dark Vision, you don't already have it from a race, you can just get a scroll. It's a different consumable, except this one doesn't compete in a slot. There's no real reason to ever use a Dark Vision elixir. We can comfortably put that one down there. I don't know why resistances are all in one. That they are wildly different in terms of their value. Dark Vision concentration? No, it's just a long rest buff. I don't know where to put this, because some of those resistance elixirs are not useful. Like, there's one cold resist elixir that I know of in the game, and there's not really anywhere where I would use it to begin with. So, does that go in the same category as fire resist and poison resist, which not only give you resistance, but prevent a status, impactful statuses? Like, I don't know if I can subscribe to that. Add images if you scroll down. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it there so I don't have to think about it. If we average out the useful ones with the not useful ones, I would put like fire and poison in A tier, necrotic in B, lightning in B because it's very helpful on Answer and Bernard. Pretty much useless anywhere else, but very helpful on Answer and Bernard. Psychic is great against Nier and Wargaz and Karnus. Universal separate, though. I'm not talking about Universal. I know Universal is separate over here, but they have, like, every individual element one here. We need an S+ tier for Tadpole Elixir. Rando, are you under the impression that Tadpole Elixir isn't good? As it is. It's just one of those things people don't use. Yeah, Tadpole Elixir is good. Tadpole Elixir probably goes here, in B tier. Reason being, advantage. 3 turns of advantage on all your attack rolls after using a Tadpole power. Feels so niche? That doesn't make it bad. It's the earliest source of advantage for people who are not barbarians or are able to hide or go invisible consistently. Like, advantage as a mechanic is not niche. If you're making attack rolls, advantage is incredible. Also, you don't understand the description. It's convoluted, but for 3 turns, after activating a Tadpole power, you have advantage on attack rolls. That's it. The second effect is, while the elixir is active, you have disadvantage on what's it, Wisdom and Constitution saving throws. That's just a permanent thing that's while the elixir's on. It's way better when you have Awakened. Even if you don't have Awakened, you can do things like pre-buff with it before a combat by Brain Blasting, like yourself even, or an ally who could just drink a potion and heal it off. Like, you can Brain Blast and then get it for 3 turns, easily, Awakened or not. But yes, if you are able to activate it on your bonus action, it becomes even more desirable. Tadpole Elixir is great. It's one of those things people don't use. But it's great. A tier list in this economy? Yeah, I was bullied into it. Brain Blast, an item on the ground, or only living things? I presume only living things. Thank you for testing. So, Supreme Arcane Cultivation goes in A tier. This allows you to do silly things like you can take 1 level in Warlock or Sorcerer to get access to Armor of Agathis. Then you drink a 4th level spell slot elixir, upcast it to 4th level. Incredibly strong. You can do that with a bunch of things. You can use that to cast 4th level magic missiles with 1 level in a class that learns it. And that's very obviously good. Lots of applications with that, and for that reason, I guess it makes sense for me to put the 3rd level one a tier below, but that's still, like, real good. And we're actually putting all 3 of these on this tier, because you can use 1st and 2nd level ones for sorcery point shenanigans. They're good for level 1 runs, because level 1 builds don't have access beyond the 1st level spell slot, so they don't need stronger ones. We'll just put the 4th level one a slot above, because I think that's fine. See, Invis goes down here with Dark Vision for the same exact reason. You could just get a scroll, long rest buff. In fact, it would go even lower, because you could just get permanent from Volo on any character not named Will. So there's no reason to use that. Barkskin. Now, full disclosure, I've not attempted to justify Barkskin too much, but in a situation where you have most other elixirs available, no. Viciousness goes up here in the A tier with Colossus. Say T1's a tier below, just less access to the stuff you want, still fine, but not as useful. I disagree, because it's cheaper. There's a lot of good 1st level spells, and level 1 spell slot elixirs also have the use of, if you are trying to cycle the higher level ones, you need to switch to a different elixir before drinking another of the original. Unless they've changed that. So this is a good one to do as a midpoint in that process. I think it has enough advantages that I'm comfortable leaving it here. These 3 kind of work together. That's just my list. Heroism is also A tier. It's 10 temp HP that you keep if you switch to another elixir. It's 1d4 on saving throws, 1d4 on attack rolls. And it stacks with the Bless spell. So, yeah. Heroism's a summon buffer, or Vigilance. But yeah, most commonly those 2. Universal Resistance is pretty good. I'm torn between A and B tier here. B tier would just be because it's an effect that you don't need that often, like, and it's expensive to actually get your hands on these without breaking the resource economy. You will not have many of these unless you go out of your way to get a ton of these. This honestly doesn't even belong on this list because it doesn't take the elixir slot. It's just a 10-turn consumable that doesn't go in the same slot as these, so it's not competing. You could have, you know, a Vigilance and then just drink the Universal. So, like, I don't think it even belongs on this list because it would be like putting Potion of Speed here. Like, it's not mutually exclusive. So I'm gonna leave it down there.
16 AC is achievable so many other ways. Yeah, it is. One situation, use Barkston and head Jaheira Drinker for the Ketheric fight, since her AC is like 13 with light armor. That's a pretty okay situation, but the thing with that Roxafroxo is 16 AC even enough to make things reliably miss Jaheira in that part of the game? Like, Ketheric and Merkel are still gonna hit her anyway. Necromites maybe start missing, but like, I don't think the difference between 13 and 16 is enough to justify that slot either. Like, you would just give her Heroism for better saving throws and 10 temp HP, right? Like, if you're gonna give a defensive elixir, Heroism is right there. It's very available. Blurg sells the mats for these from level 1. And they're in vendors from level 1. Being a defensive elixir is also just a debuff to usefulness. Yeah, Heroism is also an offensive elixir. That's what makes it good. Bloodlust has a side effect of also being a defensive elixir too, so, you know, it's up there. Those two go up there. Tadpole Elixir's downside is a defensive debuff, but one that isn't really super relevant. Fearless Focus can go in B. So it's good early game advantage and concentration, and for classes that do not have charm resistance or sleep immunity or anything like that, it can be good. Comfortably B. Guileful Movement. I'm putting this in C, not because it's not good. It's a really good effect. Freedom of Movement is amazing, because Hold Person is like the #1 run killer. And also other forms of paralysis. The problem is it's competing for this slot. Elixirs of Heroism are also in the character level 6 vendor pool. So it's directly competing with Battle Mage, Bloodlust. It's like, there's not too many enemies that drop the mats for Guileful Movement either. Like, it's the ooze type enemies, if you're not going to buy the mats or the elixirs themselves. And the ooze type enemies are scary. There's the 3 in Grimforge, or what I'm primarily thinking of here. And strength elixirs. Cloud Giant goes in A tier, not in S tier. A tier. And by way of not being Cloud Giant, Hill Giant goes a tier below, in B tier. Fair list? I'm glad you think so. Glad you think so. C is the loneliest tier. I had trouble justifying putting Guileful Movement down there, but I couldn't in good conscience put it in the same tier as Hill Giant, Superior Arcane Cultivation, Resistance Elixirs. Whereas Universal isn't on the list because I don't think it belongs here. Like, I don't think it like, how do I make a fucking new one? Add a row above. Not an elixir. There we go. Universal Resistance isn't an elixir. It's a 10-turn side thing. It's like how Speed Potion is a 3-turn side thing. It doesn't compete with these. You can have this plus any one of these. Oh, took the slot? No. If it took the slot, and didn't have a duration, then it would be good, but less useful than it currently is. 10-turn side things might need. Good one. Good one. Would you rank the 3 S ranks in any particular order? No, because they're situational. Like, Bloodlust is going to be completely useless to you in a single target scenario. Like, purely single target, you never use it. Vigilance is going to be completely useless to you against, like, in a combat encounter where
neither surprises on the table, nor are they at risk of out-initiating you, beating you in initiative. Battle Mage is competing with other elixirs, and there are builds where it isn't going to be relevant. Like, a lot of archers don't really care about their spell save DC. Now, it's something that does help you in archery if you choose to lean into it. But it's not going to be the difference between, hey, I click basic attack. It's doing nothing there. It turns to 60 seconds. So, I can finish that combat even faster. Accounting for Bloodlust being buggy sometimes, I assume it's still insane even if it doesn't work 20% of the time. That time that Bloodlust isn't working isn't Bloodlust being buggy. It's other things not counting as your damage in every sense. For example, Call the Weak is the problem. If you are noticing you get a Call the Weak kill and you don't get your action from Bloodlust, that's not Bloodlust's fault. That's Call the Weak's fault. It's a return side thing. On 3rd edition forward turns, or 1 and 2E turns. First is 60 seconds, second is 60 minutes. Wow, that's a big change. I didn't know that. But yeah, elixirs. Feel free to clickbait this somewhere, but yeah. Cloud Giant belongs in A. It's in the level 6 bracket along with Battle Mage, Bloodlust, Guileful Movement. It's an expensive mat that you can't find many of in the wilds. It's competing for a slot with all of these 3, and then the rest of its own tier as well. Yeah. Good stuff. So before we went on that tangent with strength stuff, we managed to get 7 shadows. That's the record so far. 7. 3 died, and there's 4 alive. So for anyone who might have joined while we were talking about the strength elixir stuff, this armor, this hollow armor beneath the morgue, the Shadow Curse lands, spawns 1 shadow when it dies. But if you do enough instances of damage very close together in time to cause it to die, you will spawn a shadow for each of those that successfully killed it. It seems to be based off of it checks in like small windows of time, because I had like 18 bombs here. Yeah, this was 18 bombs. 18 bombs, a fire arrow to detonate all the bombs, with me having Callous Glow, but I did not have lightning charges. So it seems to operate in short windows of time. If you do enough damage to clear a threshold, this is my theory, do enough damage to clear a threshold, that's another shadow. And it seems to make those checks concurrently. So if you do enough damage spread across multiple instances, but all at the same time, you can kill the armor enough times to get a ton of shadows. Bombs seem to be the most consistent way to do this, but in theory there's other ways. In theory, Magic Missile and Scorching Ray could also do it if you line up the hits close enough together, which is, you need distance, you need to get it in certain HP thresholds. Call the Weak does not seem to be necessary for this, because I was able to get 6 without Call the Weak on. I happened to have Call the Weak on when we got 7 on this run. They all give XP? Yes, Grey Bomb, they all give XP. 300 XP there. So we can turn 75 XP into over 500 with that tech there. We got 4 this time. The thing we need to figure out is consistency. With this amount of setup, the range seems to be 4 to 7, and I can't figure out what causes it to swing. It might be damage ranges on each individual bomb. There's an extra 450 XP effect any breakpoints that just every little bit helps scenario. It's an every little bit help scenario. That's a good way of putting it, Rando. Basically, we comfortably hit level 11 in the Mind Flayer colony at this point in time. But there's a few big lump sums of XP in a couple places that you can't compromise too much on. But the more of these little amounts, I shouldn't say little, 450 is not a little amount by pre-Act 3 standards. The more of these we can dig up, the more wiggle room there is. Like, currently, of the big events XP-wise, freeing Dame Aelin to get the prison combat, and then also successfully killing all of the allied Flaming Fists in that combat, that's over 1400 XP. That's, like, the biggest individual thing in the game. Raphael is 1400, and that's one that some people choose not to do, because it's very clearly not an intended amount of XP you're supposed to be able to get. It's just due to the way Raphael's AI works, you can manipulate it and get his kill XP in Act 1. Through a couple different ways, but you can do it. Those two things alone, that's a massive amount. But then you have the Construct of Elminster is 1000 XP, and that comes with the downside of, one, you have to plan for it and be very careful about where you do and don't rest. And 2, you have no Gale in Act 3 if you do that. So that means Avatar Gale can't do that, for example. What else is big? Successfully, this one isn't difficult once you know how to do it, but getting the XP for every single entity in the Balthazar versus Dark Justiciar room, that collectively is close to 3000 XP. If you aggro Balthazar immediately so that anyone who dies gives you XP. Anyone who's neutral in that fight, who does not die by your hand, does not give you XP. Oathbreaker Knight is 640 XP. Murder Hoboing the Flaming Fists in Joaquin's Rest and knocking out Floric is collectively around that much XP too. Killing the Flaming Fists that only exist for the brief window of time when Floric is in Last Light, that's another 270 XP. So see, these little amounts everywhere add up to create enough buffer where maybe if Elminster blindsided you, you're still on track to hit 11. Maybe if you want to kill Dame Aelin for the Spear of Evening, you're still on track. Maybe if your personal rules or restrictions don't allow you to do the Raphael thing, you can still do it, etc. You don't get Voss as a kill option unless you manage to bug him out sufficiently in Act 1, or unless you have Lae'zel in your camp in some capacity, whether you are Lae'zel or you have companion Lae'zel. And Voss plus the raider he brings to your camp, that's 475 XP. Maybe these shadows let us spare the 1 XP civilians, maybe. Yeah, I'm already not killing the 1 XP civilians. So. Let's try with lightning charges here. The 90 XP is from the ooze. Yeah, I want to keep running this. It's also the harbor that's printed for the prison rescue. I completely forgot about that guy. Yeah, going with the people you save from the prison to Last Light via boat creates an NPC that does give XP if you kill him. And that guy doesn't exist otherwise. Optimal Grimforge XP. I was thinking about it in that vein trade. There's a replacement NPC that spawns in if Brithvar dies, but you are still allied with Brithvar when the fight ends. He might be worth XP. There might be a version of events where you need to arrange the Grimforge fight to end in a way where you have one ally left, but you got the kills on everything, or where only Brithvar's side survives and takes no casualties at all, so that, except for Brithvar himself, so that that guy shows up, and then you kill him, plus the survivors. No way he's worth an extra early tadpole. You can still get the extra near tadpole. Maybe. No, you can't get the extra near tadpole that way, you're right. But in a solo context, you don't necessarily need that tadpole. You can cap out without it. Yeah, I don't do Grimforge at level 4, personally. There's actually an NPC that reports the Goblin Camp massacre to the Grove. Routing away from that usually anyway. There's a backup NPC for... So, Saris in Act 2. The tiefling that's standing, like, the one that usually gets paralyzed by a winged horror during the Isabel defense. The archer. She will show up in Act 1, but only if Zevlor and Asherak die. Then she'll be the one to show up and suggest the party. There's also a backup NPC for her, if she should also die somehow. There's a lot of backup NPCs. That's a whole sphere of things we've not really scienced out XP-wise. Like, one that's reasonable to do, actually, on current route with Grove Defense is we toss Icaron in the Death Pit, and he gets a replacement at the party. I've never tried to kill his replacement at the party. They might be worth XP. And that leads down a whole rabbit hole of, like, okay, how much can we milk here? It's most likely, 10 XP here, 20 XP there. But that across, say, 6 or 8 total NPCs becomes a relevant amount when we're talking building buffer for hitting level 11, leaving out certain major things. Or if you mess up something that you planned on doing and you can't, or let's say an enemy died to crush damage, or collectively, maybe all of this gets us to the point where we're able to get level 11 before locking into the act finale, because currently we are hitting it in the colony. So after you lose access to even the Act 2 map, or for a little bit before you get it back, maybe with maximum efficiency we get to a point where we can hit 11 before locking into the Act 2 finale, which would be notable, because that would give us access to the Act 1 map at level 11. And if there's enough XP buffer, you could maybe leave certain things to be level 11 on. Like, could you imagine the novelty of fighting Ethel as a level 11 hunter? And she's like, hey, I'm going to spawn these clones. Like, oh, that's cool. my regular attack is an AoE now. Buy. You know, fun things like that. Does Dirge get XP for killing Alfira, Adorable Dragonborn? Yes. Killing Alfira in the Dirge event is an inspiration, but you don't want to do that because it's more XP for Alfira to be alive in Act 2. However, you do get Alfira's XP for knocking her out to prevent her from showing up in that cutscene. You assassinate all the tieflings, you can get random new NPCs to the tiefling party, you can kill them also. Yeah, that's what we're talking about pretty much. How'd she die before proposing the party? That's a good question. Alfira is an XP double dip. Yeah, you knock her out so she doesn't show up in the camp, which prevents you getting her inspiration for that, but you get her knockout / kill XP, and then you can get it again if you kill her in Act 2. Alfira and Zevlor, you can get XP from twice. I'm sure other NPCs fall in that category too. My dad just put on the song that plays when you burn down the weed field in Far Cry 3. I don't remember what song that is. Let's see if I can crash my game with Scorching Ray again. Yep. For some reason, that's a consistent crash. Alright, any other XP ideas we have? While I set my game back to vanilla. Yeah, there's backup NPC science. There's knocking out more of the tieflings, but still doing Grove defense route. Oh yeah, so on the Paladin run, I had sent Minthara away to do the Grove raid, but then I went and I killed Jor Ragzlin in his room. Before then and doing the Grove raid anyway. And no, that was on the Slayer run, wasn't it? Yeah, that was on the Slayer run. That wasn't the Paladin run. The Slayer run, I actually killed Jor Ragzlin despite raiding the Grove. Because if you raid the Grove, the goblins disappear as soon as you go to the goblin party. But if you lock Minthara into doing the Grove raid prep, you can kill the goblin camp. As long as you just don't get near her. You can get all that XP. That's something I have to personally try. Nautiloid optimization. We gotta dig into that because you can kill the Cambions there. But that's a little unreasonable in an honor mode setting, especially solo. So failing that, I think consistent kill on either the Mind Flayer or the Commander in a way that gets you their XP, if not both of them. I think that would be interesting to dive into as well. Not too much XP, but for that point in the game, one Grimforge NPC worth of XP gets you to level 3 before the Grove fight, which I have reset a run once there to being double crit. Being level 3 would have prevented that. Other places where there's XP. Untapped XP. I can't think of anything else at present.
Maybe something will come to me. Maybe something will come to me. But, something of a short stream. I don't feel like reopening my game right now. I'm thinking Monday we start the Beastmaster run. I want to mess around with disarming things and maybe arming up Aelin in a funny way. Yeah, Monday will be Beastmaster. Tomorrow, Saturday, Variety. I plan on starting Returnal. I think that'll be a good time. Lazy's on for a little bit longer. 82 tomorrow. I'm thinking Returnal. Not sure how much longer he'll be on, but if you got my emails, feel free to jiggle. He's on day 16 of his first Cyberpunk playthrough. That doesn't tip you off that Cyberpunk has a lot of content. Cyberpunk has a lot of content. Good game. You haven't tried it, I do recommend it. Grab it on sale or whatever, but it's my favorite open world RPG that I've played in quite some time. So, I hope you enjoy. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow for Variety, Monday for Baldur's Gate. Bye-bye.